Order. I want to welcome all of you here this day, and we hope we can get some good things done, and so we appreciate your time and your input here. I guess we'll have a roll call.
Senator Crago.
Here.
Senator Love.
Here.
Senator McEwen.
Excused.
Senator Pearson.
Here.
Representative Banks.
Here.
Representative Davis.
Here.
Representative Eklund.
Excused.
Representative Ottman.
Here.
Representative Provenza.
Here.
Representative Schmid.
Here.
Representative Strzok.
Here.
Co-Chairman Ide.
Here.
Chairman Winter.
Here.
Mr. Chairman, you have a quorum. Oh, Representative Johnson.
Present.
Did you get Senator Taft about Love?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, just a reminder to have the attendees sign in, please. Make sure that you've done that, and I need to turn my phone down as well, so try to remember that. Okay, first thing on the agenda today is the approval of the minutes. Do we have a motion to approve those minutes?
So moved.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to approve the minutes. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. So our next thing on our agenda is cloud seeding and geoengineering. We have three draft bills we want to go over. Our first bill would be 208, prohibiting unauthorized atmospheric engineering. Senator Pearson, were you going to talk about that?
Yes, sir. Yes, Mr. Chairman. Do you want me to be down there or I'm fine up here?
It might be better if you were down there.
You're putting me in the spotlight. Okay. Hang on one second.
And Mr. Chairman, I can go over the bill draft too, if you'd like me to. Just if you want me to go give an overview before Senator Pearson speaks, it's up to you.
I do tell her to go do the overview of the bill first.
Oh, yeah, would you please, Honor?
Good morning, Chairman, members of the committee. We have 26 LSO 208 prohibiting unauthorized atmospheric geoengineering in front of you. This was requested at the last meeting in August. And so this would be a joint resolution that would request that Congress prohibit unauthorized atmospheric geoengineering and weather modification in the state. So pages 1 through 3 contain legislative findings. And then under the finding where it states that the state has a constitutional duty to safeguard public health under the 10th Amendment, there's a staff comment that indicates that the state has the authority to regulate air quality through the Department of Environmental Quality. It should be noted that the federal government has absolute sovereignty over the airspace of the United States, and the committee may wish to amend the bill draft to the wording contained in the staff comment. There should be an example in that staff comment. I think it's on page 3. And then there's another staff comment on the bottom of page 3 that indicates that only Tennessee and Florida have enacted legislation prohibiting geoengineering and weather modification. Montana did propose a similar bill, but it did not pass. And then on page 4, the bill draft states that the Wyoming legislature supports the drafting and passage of legislation that would prohibit the release of chemicals into the airspace for weather modification, solar radiation management, or environmental engineering without Wyoming's permission, ban the use of unmarked aircraft, drones, balloons, or space-based platforms to conduct geoengineering, and would make such acts a federal or a felony offense. And in order to have DEQ enforce this federal law, Wyoming would have to request primacy on this issue. And then also, the bill draft asks for the passage of legislation that would formally reject any federal, international, or foreign-sponsored geoengineering programs conducted over Wyoming airspace as specified. And then on page 5 in section 2, the Wyoming legislature would urge all elected officials, agencies, and candidates to support legislation protecting Wyoming's airspace. And then on page 5 in section 3, the Secretary of State is directed to transmit copies of this resolution to the President of the Senate, and the Speaker of the House of Representatives, and to the Wyoming congressional delegation. And I would take any questions.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Do we want to have anybody that wants to speak to it before Laura does anything, or how do we do that?
If there's anyone who'd like to speak to the bill that Ms. Johnson has already talked about, they'd be welcome to say whatever they'd like to right now, though, before Senator Pearson begins hers. Wait. Is there anybody who would like to visit about that? Okay. We have one.
Good morning. My name is Brad Brooks. I'm with the City of Cheyenne Board of Public Utilities. I'm actually a member of the workforce for the Colorado River, or the working group, Colorado River Working Group. I was at the meeting back in August. Some of you may remember just presenting a case from the perspective of me as a utility operator, as well as representing the Colorado River Working Group. And for cloud seeding, I would ask that this bill basically not include cloud seeding. I think it's very, excuse me, I think it's very important that we all understand the importance of cloud seeding in our state. Everybody, again, I'll reiterate what I went over at the August meeting, but we have some really serious issues facing us on the Colorado River system. Everybody's fully aware of that, I think, if you follow the news. But both the Upper Green and the Little Snake drainages, we cloud seed in, and we have for several years. The City of Cheyenne has participated in that every year financially because we realize the importance of cloud seeding, getting as much moisture on the ground as we can. And I will share with you this year that we have actually done some looking at some of our weather stations that are up there that actually measure the soil moisture in the ground. So that's the moisture that's in the ground at certain depths below. And in the Little Snake drainage, it was very interesting this year. It is very dry. In fact, those percentages are down about 70% when compared to what is in the Rob Roy drainage, which is over in the Medicine Bow, or even here in our Crow Creek drainages. Those are up at over 100%. So what that tells us is that when we do get moisture, the more moisture we can put on the ground, the more that potentially has the chance of running off, because what's going to happen with those low moisture levels in the ground is when snow falls, it's going to suck that water up, and that's going to prevent water from running off that ultimately will get in the drainages that we need it to. So I would just ask you to consider that cloud seeding is very important. I know there is some concerns, but I think if you will look at some of the data that was given to you in August, and I just read it below here before I came up, from some of the experts that the Water Development Office had speak to you. If you look at those and the amounts that they found of the silver before cloud seeding and after cloud seeding, it actually says in there was no actual increase. And in fact, it said the amounts of silver that they found in nature was far below I think it's 100 ppb that is required per EPA, the 11th. So it's well below. And I know a lot of people stressed there was a concern that we're contaminating our environment. So I would just say, for the benefit of our state and the amount of water that, you know, we possibly could lose if there's a curtailment for our state, it's going to affect our whole state. And I would ask that we would consider to allow cloud seeding to continue for the next several years, because right now, probably more than any, is a critical time for us on the Colorado River in trying to get as much moisture in that system as we can with the negotiations that we're dealing with. So I guess, plead with you again to please consider that. And I would say, let's don't throw out the baby with the bathwater, and that be cloud seeding with some of these other environmental issues that you guys are concerned with. And I think if you look back at the recording of your last meeting, you'll also hear that a lot of the people that were up speaking about the geoengineering issues said they had nothing, they did not know anything about what cloud seeding was about. That was another total issue. And they were here strictly talking about the vapor trail type issues. So I would just ask, let's not include cloud seeding. Please take it out of all these bills and not ban cloud seeding, which is another one, the moratorium for 10 years. I think right now is a critical time. And if we ban that, that ship has sailed, and we are not going to have the opportunity to help us out like we need to in the Colorado River. So it's not a solve all. It's not going to solve all the issues, but it's going to put more water in that system. And the more water we have in that system, it's going to help everybody. So I would just ask that you please consider that. And thank you very much for your time this morning. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In our August meeting in Casper, I remember a statement said that the silver iodide is in the soil, but it moves with the soil. So as it moves, it would tend, I believe, to go to the lower parts of streams and dams. And have we ever had measurements of the amount of silver iodide in those mud samples? Or there, you know what I'm saying? It would tend to concentrate, I believe, in those areas, and it's not a good thing for fish. So
I do not have that data. I'm just telling you what the expert said that wrote in their report, that basically said the levels, they did not see any increases in levels before and after cloud seeding, and the amounts that they said. And if you look in that report, there's this thing of a worst case scenario, which they put in parentheses is really impossible. It was way below even the allowed limit per EPA for silver. So magnitudes lower. So you can go back and read those documents that were given to you in August, but it basically says that.
I'm saying that gold nuggets are usually found in the lower sections, and they erode down with the natural dirt. Mm-hmm. And I'm thinking that the silver iodide do the same thing, and have we tested to see if it's concentrated in our stream beds? And that's all I'm saying. Yeah. Thank you.
I don't have an answer for that. Yeah, but thank you.
Hi, yes, thank you.
Go ahead.
On the way down here, I figured that this would come up, with the silver nanoparticles and what happens with the ionization of the silver. A quick document search just before I get started. Silver ions and silver nanoparticles.
Mr. Chairman, I think Anna has something, and I'm guessing she's going to say we just need to make sure the witness introduces themselves for the record and states who they're with.
Sorry. I am Maria Chrysler, so I am a clinical research scientist and a nanoscientist. I operate electron microscopy, represent the Global Wellness Forum for Health and Wellness and Sovereignty, and we do that through education and political reform, and then indirectly work with the HHS. So I delivered a packet to everyone, and I'll go through that in just one second. But interestingly enough, on the subject of the silver ions and nanoparticles, they do interfere with the natural water cycle by killing beneficial organisms and aquatic life that are essential for the ecosystem. Destroys microorganisms that are crucial for purification and nitrification. So you do actually interfere with the entire water making cycle that's already present in nature just by the presence of these particles. And this was just a quick document search that anyone can do. So I won't spend most of my time on that, but that literature is easy to find. The part that is really, that I really wanted to stress that was above and beyond what I spoke about last time, went ahead and printed off a letter from a senator in Pennsylvania, Doug Mastriano. He's a senator who's definitely in favor of stopping all of the geoengineering and the cloud seeding. The second page and the third page is a letter that was written to lawmakers at the federal level and signed by 26 different physicians, discussing some of the things that are present in geoengineering samples. I'm going to talk specifically, if you go past that page where it says mixing nanoparticles and the effects, that's my piece. So I've analyzed probably samples from at least 6 different states in the United States. They all get sent to me. Here, I live in Casper. I'm a graduate of the University of Wyoming. I have a master's degree in business and healthcare administration. I am a nanoscientist now. There are things that are being sprayed through the chemtrails, through geoengineering, the nanoparticles. I've identified their elements, one of which is silver. Aluminum is, I'm sorry, not silver, but platinum. Another is aluminum. So I picked these two out just because people recognize them. Whenever you mix silver iodide nanoparticles with platinum and or aluminum, you get complex, unpredictable, and highly reactive mixtures with synergistic toxic effects. Human health danger is significant due to individual toxicities of each component and potential for increased harm from their interactions. You get enhanced silver ion release. So when someone is sampling for silver nanoparticles, do we know what's happening with the ions? Is it going to look the same? When you get ionization of the silver through these other particles, I think we're not getting accurate intake of information, right? Because when you mix these nanoparticles together, and I can prove, and many other people can demonstrate, there have been congressional testimonies for the past decade about what's being sprayed over us. So when you mix these things up, there is a reaction, a chemical reaction that takes place. So we're really measuring apples to apples whenever, DEQ or the university or someone is actually measuring silver present in the soil. I'm not so sure what happens to it whenever it's mixed with these other particles. But enhanced silver ion release has shown with platinum, at least nanoparticles, which I can demonstrate and I gave to you in this packet, that there is a high concentration of platinum nanoparticles present, significantly increases the rate of silver ion release from the silver particles. This increases oxidative stress, harms lipids, DNA, and proteins. You can form alloys in the environment and living things. They do cross the blood-brain barrier. You get bioaccumulation in organs, exposure through inhalation, lung failure, all kinds of different things, increased heart rate, decreased arterial blood oxygen pressure, a whole slew of different things just from mixing these particles. A nanosilver can definitely penetrate cells and result in cytotoxicity. Cell death, endoplasmic reticulum degranulation, causing liver tissue damages, ultrastructural changes. Animal and human studies are in here. Inhaled nanoparticles are less efficiently eliminated by macrophage removal. Nanosilver is retained in the lungs, causes damage, transported through circulation, nervous system, and tissues and organs. The other thing that I wanted to show you and I'll get through this quickly, is just some pictures that I took of the Wyoming snow. So I did this under bright field and phase microscopy. I can always point out when there is metal and or silicone or polymers present because I've been studying them for well over 5 years now. So the first two pictures were very obvious to me. I picked these out, did comparative electron microscopy with them, and identified different contaminants that were there. This came from a purified snow sample. So I take a slide that, where the snow is not touching anything else, and take a sample of it. I don't even use my regular drying equipment. I just let it sit in a desiccant chamber for a couple of days to make sure that I have a purified sample. And then I go through and I run it through the electron microscope. Okay, so that's how that works. And then you can see the different metals that I have identified there. I put in there the Florida fog sample. That was just one of them. Thallium, tellurium, yttrium, these things along with platinum. We really have to examine what happens whenever we mix all of these different nanoparticles together. And as I showed you, just with platinum alone, catastrophic reactivity occurs that can harm human health. Then I put 2 samples in there that were of sweat. And you can see in there that the body doesn't seem to be able to eliminate certain things. Heavier metals are a little bit easier to remediate, and that is with aggressive chelation and binding. So these things aren't easy for the body to eliminate, and the animals are getting exposed to this, our waters, the soil is getting exposed to this. I've analyzed, I had some ranchers and farmers reach out to me from Idaho and Montana, and they're having trouble even in Texas with potatoes growing. So there is a significant assault on the environment that's taking place. And I don't think that people are looking deep enough. And I think it's because they also don't understand what else is going on in the toxic soup above population centers. And then last but not least, I have a 6-page document that is from Dr. Clayton Baker, who will be giving testimony. He's a physician in New York. He'll give testimony a little bit later, talking about a lot of the different health risks. And then finally, someone had asked a question, and I can't remember who it was at the last session, about, is our HHS secretary, is he behind this? What about the administration? What did they think about this? I can tell you that they're fully aware. I'm with one of the agencies that is an indirect report that we help to influence legislation through a grassroots agency. And I put in here a Substack report from Sayer G, who is one of our co-founders. And he printed, he wrote about RFK and how RFK feels about this, and says that HHS is going to do their part and get behind this. There are 3 states now that have passed legislation, very strong legislation, against cloud seeding and against geoengineering. And the third one is Louisiana. And you can check my data. I believe Louisiana's is the most aggressive, calling it a felony for anyone that they catch spraying over their state. What Florida just did is what I had suggested in the last session, is they enacted the full cooperation of the airports. So all of the major all of the airports throughout Florida are now tasked with policing the different flights that go off, whatever aircraft is leaving, making sure that they're not equipped with the spraying, the cloud seeding, not cloud seeding there, but geoengineering equipment. So they have to report directly to the state. And then you can go ahead and look through some of the information that Sayer printed about RFK's quotes regarding geoengineering and cloud seeding. So, and that's basically what I have. And if you have any questions about the reports that I put forward regarding the nanoparticles or the mixtures or anything else that I've sampled, let me know. And to your point, Representative, I have also analyzed the North Carolina floodwaters when that happened a couple of years ago. It gets very muddy very, very muddy. It's, you know, it's very difficult to get accurate information. I basically had a whole slew of elements that could have come from anywhere, you know, because of this. So it's very difficult to analyze, but what you do have to understand is having the background, the foundation at least, and understanding what these nanoparticles are already proven to do. This is not difficult information to find in regards to human health. So,
Okay, well,
Okay.
thank you so much.
Mhm.
Now, yes. Representative Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You mentioned microinvertebrates, okay? Do we see, that's fish food, basically. Do we see there where we're having any issues in these drainages with the microinvertebrates? Are we seeing reports of them declining? Are we, I guess that's my question.
that's a good question. I don't have the answer to that question because that's not what I study. I am a microbiologist. I have that background, but obviously I'm not funded, right? So I don't study those things. But what I can tell you is you will retain less water in the soil. You will not have activation of the water cycle whenever nitrification has been affected. Whenever those microorganisms can't do what they're doing, what they're supposed to do, then you're not going to have a water cycle. So, I mean, it would be my suggestion to knock it all off.
Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman. So what you just said then, if the microorganism or the microinvertebrates are not showing stress, then is this issue pertaining to our drainages and our waters? Because they would be a first early indicator if there was something going on. Wouldn't you agree with that?
No, I would agree with that. And what the statement that I read when I first started with the documents that I pulled up on the way here, it did discuss the fact that we don't get nitrification. So there is something wrong with the microorganisms.
Follow up, Mr.
Go
Chairman?
ahead.
Do you have any data that supports what you just said? I guess I'm looking for a report that says, hey, in our drainages, these microinvertebrates, because I know on in paired stream or something like that, if you see these coming back, then whatever you're doing to clean up that water is successful, okay? If you're not seeing the microinvertebrates come back into the system, then whatever you're doing is not working. But if we're not seeing them in stress on these drainages, they would be there before. That would be our early indicator that there was something going on from this cloud seeding. If I'm following your assumption.
That would be one piece. And then you would study nitrification of specific microorganisms. They are the ones most responsible,
Yes.
helping the water cycle.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Well, Representative Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think that this is an interesting topic, and maybe the University of Wyoming Biology Department, maybe they could have a study on this and let us know what happens. I don't think we know all the answers to everything. So I'm just going to put it out there. We don't know what we don't know. Thank you.
Okay, well, thank you.
Thanks.
Yes. Senator Love.
Chairman, through you, just some questions here to try to clarify. So the sulfur that's used in cloud seeding is sulfur oxide, correct?
I'm not an expert on cloud seeding, just the effects.
Okay, so that is what's used in cloud seeding. That is a solid particle that falls as a dust to the earth, which is pretty safe. There's only a couple of ways that becomes a sulfur ion. And that sulfur ion, it takes 137 degrees Celsius to change from the oxide to the ion, or an extremely intense light heat, which on some days may occur. I haven't seen the research in it. But in that thought process, if it falls as a dust, it's relatively safe to our environment. If it intensifies through snow molecules, which is oftentimes what that product is used in cloud seeding for. That super intense light can create the release of sulfur ions, and sulfur ions is what you're testifying does damage and harmful work to microorganisms and humans.
I testified to silver, the silver iodide and the silver
ion.
ions.
Sorry, silver.
Mhm.
I'm thinking of another
It's okay.
another thing I've got. So there's another bill 3 from now that is sulfur. The silver ion. So silver ions
Mhm.
is 137 degrees Celsius is what it takes for silver oxide to become silver ions.
You're not taking into effect or into account that we have other nanoparticles being sprayed and are throughout the atmosphere from the chemtrails.
Okay.
So there is a chemical reaction that takes place with them.
Yeah.
Whether or not you need a certain atmospheric pressure or temperature, I don't know. But they, all literature states that, literature that I have found states that this interaction is extremely toxic and that the silver iodide is easily separated. So that you get ionization of the silver. And that's what's extremely toxic. In the 6-page, there's a 6-page document that I put in your packet that is from Dr. Clayton Baker, where he is discussing the effect of sulfuric acid and sulfur dioxide
Mhm.
and testifying against that as a medical professional. So he would be more of the expert on that piece
Okay.
than I would be.
Senator.
Mhm.
Mr.
And that document is in your packet. And he is online today.
Very good.
Mhm.
Mr. Chairman, through you.
Yes.
So the silver iodide then to ionization, it does take intense light or heat for that to ionize. And so for the damaging ions to exist, it's going to take one of those two things. The other follow-up, I guess, based on the representative's comments is that we have another thing that I know the university has seen studies on, and I watched a report given on probably about 6-8 years ago. But it's the release of copper sulfate pentahydrate, which we use to control vegetation inside of ditches and streams and ponds and lakes. And that toxicity has been proven to have some negative impact on those species. And so how are we going to separate the damage of one heavy metal versus the other in order to make a scientific decision in where that damage is coming from?
You might have to get rid of all of the toxic soup so that you know where you're starting from,
Okay.
right?
Maria?
Because we're talking about nanoparticles.
Yeah, you need to go through me when you.
Oh,
before you
I
speak.
apologize.
If you would, please.
Oh, okay.
Go ahead.
Right. So again, I go back to the toxic soup. I don't know that there is an easy way to do this or get that separation whenever you have, collaboration of all of these different types of particles. I can identify what's being sprayed, right, by the different samples that I have, and they all pretty much say the same things over and over. So we have a pretty good idea of what is out there, and then we have a good idea of what it's being mixed with. Right, so studying those combinations and, it shouldn't be left on me as an independent. This really should be something that is studied by, third-party agencies, with validation that don't have any skin in the game, to get unbiased science, right? I'm not saying that I'm biased in my collection efforts by any means. This has been just a fact-finding mission for myself through the Global Wellness Forum and other grassroots agencies, and then farmers and ranchers, independents who are extremely concerned about, why they can't, why their soil is so damaged, why they can't get crops to grow, right? And this is all in the western states and then parts of Texas. So. Yeah, I don't honestly have all the answers, but I can tell you where toxicity comes from. And I don't know that it's true necessarily that you only need light or heat to expose that reactivity, right? So because whenever you have the nanoparticles that are mixed together, there is a reaction that takes place. So I don't necessarily know that you have to have either extreme light or heat in order to make that happen. This is chemistry. So, okay.
Yes. Are you all done? Okay. Representative Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You just said something that would kind of tricked my curiosity here. Up there, where do you suppose this chemtrailing is occurring at? What elevation?
Well, let me think. So I'm studying to be a pilot. I don't go above 12,000. I'm going to say double that. About double that. I know Dane Wigington, he is a geoengineering cloud seeding expert who is online, who can answer that question better than I can. Right,
Okay,
and those do exist. I mean, you can see, it's very obvious, you can look outside Cheyenne, Casper, overpopulation centers. You can see on any given day, I have tons of pictures, as well as people around the state, that they are chemtrailing, trying to block out the sun. And I know that pictures have been submitted to, I think it's the Department of Agriculture. I'm not really sure who takes those in, but I know people who have tried sending in different photos to say, what is this? Why are they spraying to block out our sun? Why are they overpopulation centers? And that brings up another good point that, if you give authorization to one, then how do you keep the other one from going in and usurping that availability to be in the sky and spray? So it makes it very difficult, right, to police one if you let the other one through, in my opinion.
follow up?
Yes,
Mr.
go
Chairman?
ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So you would say that would be up there in the jet stream? Is that correct?
I guess so. Sometimes they're a little bit lower, but I don't know what that elevation is. I apologize.
And you said that you have, you know what is being sprayed, okay? Well, my question to you then, if this is being dispersed, assumed being dispersed in the jet stream is moving there at what rate? 600 miles an hour, 300 miles an hour, coming from what particular part of the world is this happening? Because we see fallout from fires in Alaska, in Wyoming. We don't see them between here and there. We see volcano fallout in Wyoming from another part of the world. So I'm curious on how you can specifically say that it's being sprayed in the United States, is my point. With up there at that elevation, it could be coming from anywhere.
So if I'm driving from Casper to Gillette, I don't necessarily see the chemtrails, right? But if I'm in Casper, I can easily see the chemtrails. They're right over our golf course, spraying right over the top of us. So they are in Wyoming. They are overpopulation centers. And I understand that there's going to be, winds that carry these particles from other states, but I know that there are now 34 states that are taking up this legislation, 34. So it's not a secret, and there are some states that are trying to do something about it, right? So I think, the question is more about how do you expect us to prevent, from Utah is cloud seeding. I'm in Utah frequently, and they get chemtrailed as well. And it's a great question, but I believe that sitting on it and doing nothing doesn't help the situation. You have to chip away at these things one piece at a time, right? And at least be some sort of deterrent and demonstrate to the population that we care, we're trying, and maybe we can get a coalition together and get the other states around us to do something about this as well. I know Idaho is taking this up also.
Okay. Thank you very much. Yes, Representative.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Have you noticed any chemtrails since the government shut down? I'm just a observation here.
Yeah, great question. Only on one day. And it was about, I want to say it was about 8 days maybe into the shutdown. And it was one day, and it was profuse. I'm not sure, and I I probably shouldn't speculate, but I'm wondering if the federal government we have been in touch with Harriet Hageman's office about this. And a lot of a couple of the doctors have actually even, that are on this sheet that I gave you, have visited her office to try to help, get some help at the federal level of trying to figure out where they're coming from, who's paying for them. And it may or may not be part of the government strategy, right, the federal strategy to try to figure this out as well. But only on one day have I seen that. Mhm.
Okay. Anything else?
Mr. Chairman, I have a question.
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for letting me join. They closed the interstate on me today. So otherwise I would be there. I guess my question is follow up to the previous comment about the government shutdown and the reduction in what we're assuming, I guess, is geoengineering. And so my question then is, if we're suspecting that the federal government is involved in the chemtrails, then what does that mean for this piece of legislation where we're asking Congress and the federal government to do something?
May I?
Can you answer that?
I can. If you look at, and I understand that Representative can't see the packet that I gave you guys, but the Senator from Pennsylvania, Doug Mastriano. So he addressed that. He addressed exactly where it's coming from, Department of War, climate change, solar radiation modification initiatives being funded by the department through DARPA, NOAA, and other federal agencies, and then said, under the Obama and Biden administrations, the Pentagon classified climate change as a national security threat and moved and redirected billions of dollars away from the combat readiness and modernization into unproven environmental schemes. In federal year 2023, the Department of Defense sought $3.1 billion in climate investment. And what he's asking for is a complete cessation, cease all Department of Defense and DARPA involvement in solar radiation modification projects, audit and disclose all climate change and SRM-related expenditures, contracts, and interagency agreements, redirect funds and core readiness initiative to warfighter training, weapons modernization, cyber defense, and veteran care. So what I would say to support the Senator Mastriano from Pennsylvania and answer this question is essentially this piece of legislation lends validity and support to other states, senators, representatives, and federal agencies, and puts them on notice that the people are standing up and speaking against this. That's what this does. To let it go by the wayside is absolutely irresponsible.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Representative Provenza, does that help you?
Mr. Chairman, I still just don't see how then, if we're asking the people who are apparently poisoning us, why we were asking them to do anything, and if they're already bad actors. So I'm not following the logic there, but thank you for your answer.
Okay. Well, thank you. Okay, Representative Otten.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a quick question. Here a while back, I saw where a gentleman was interviewed that owns a company called Rainmaker. And he was saying at that time, yes, this is going on, and yes, we are being hired. And at that time, he said, I would advise all governments to be aware of this and to regulate it, if not more, because we're in business to do it and we're doing it. Are you aware of that, and is that valid?
I'm aware of who that is. It is happening, so that is valid, yes.
Okay. Anything else? Okay, thank you, Maria.
Thanks.
And sorry, Senator, but if you could carry on with your amendments, I'd appreciate it. Yes, Anna?
Mr. Chairman, you might want to finish with public comment before we do the amendments.
Well, I think that was the only public comment we had on that particular thing.
We have a couple people online too. And Representative Locke.
Okay, Representative, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and committee, and I'll be really quick here, but I just wanted to speak in favor of the resolution. This is an opportunity for us to make a strong stance here in terms of pushing back on the actors that are actually doing this geoengineering. One of the things in this resolution, I'll speak just specifically to the resolution because I think that's what's been read at this point. Speaking to that, one of the things I would say is on page 1, it talks about the government may be engaging. I think the data is significant where the maybe might be a little bit weak in the resolution. That being said, it's obviously whatever makes sense to the committee. But again, I just want to speak in support of this. I think it's important that we as a state make it crystal clear that when it comes to this, stratospheric aerosol injection and general, solar radiation management, this geoengineering, that we make a statement that say, hey, listen, we're not going to allow this. This is not informed consent from the people of Wyoming. And I speak not only for myself, but certainly many of my constituents, as well as people around the state who've made a call to me. So thank you for this opportunity, and I appreciate it.
Yes, thank you for doing that. Ms. Locke?
Hi, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Committee members, my name is Jamie Locke. I'm
Yeah,
from
would you
Casper.
introduce yourself, please?
Yes, my name is Jamie Locke. I'm from Casper. And I'm here to just express my strong support for the passage of this resolution. I'm speaking as one of the little people in Wyoming, and I know there are a lot of people with the same sentiment. It's vital that we send a clear message and unified message to our federal government. The people of Wyoming do not consent to weather modification. Regardless of who claims ownership of the airspace above Wyoming, what happens there does affect every one of us. The reflective particles dispersed through stratospheric aerosol injection are creating a persistent white haze that's blocking the sun from reaching the Earth's surface. This interference is having a devastating impact on our food production, soil quality, water resources, fish, wildlife, and most importantly, our health as we breathe in these toxic substances. This is not a matter of speculation. It's supported by observable evidence. It was already mentioned that during the government shutdown, there was noticeable reduction in the white trails. For several days, we enjoyed clear blue skies and natural white clouds free of haze. The decrease in activity during that period was very telling. By passing this resolution, we make it known that Wyoming stands firm against ongoing weather modification in our skies. I respectfully urge you to vote yes and move this resolution forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for Ms. Locke? Okay, appreciate it. Are there any other testimonies any people would like to come up now?
Mr. Chairman, we do have several people online as well.
Do you think this is the right time to be having all these folks up here? We got some other things to discuss.
Mr. Chairman, we could, if you'd like, we could go through all the bill drafts and then do general public comment at the end, or you could go one by one. It's up to you.
Okay, let's let this lady here speak, and then we'll see what we got left. Go ahead. State your name and who you represent, please.
Absolutely. Good morning, Chairman Winters, and members of the committee. My name is Holly Kennedy, and I'm here today representing the Wyoming Association of Conservation Districts. I'm here today to speak in favor of removing cloud seeding from these bills. And there's several reasons why, mostly driven by policy that our members passed clear back in 2005, and they have re-upped it since then. But clear back in 2005, our members brought together their voice and they passed a resolution. And I'll read that resolution word for word for you here. WACD supports and requests that the Wyoming Water Development Commission continue to fund and advance the development of water modification planning and activities related to enhancing snowpack augmentation. And our members raised their voice on that after, thorough and thoughtful consideration of these things. And it has been well proven that the methods that they use for cloud seeding, the silver iodide and the propane, are very safe. They don't cause problems to the environment. It's been very well studied. It's been very well documented. And I do feel like the cloud seeding portion should be pulled out and considered separately, because we're talking about very different things here in these bills. We have quite a few different things, and I do think they should be considered separately. Several years ago, when I worked for a different organization that is in the room, that looks at things that affect farmers and ranchers within our state and the lands there, I spent quite a bit of time working and representing those members on a group that was looking at cloud seeding, specifically in the Laramie Range at that time. And so I've spent quite a bit of time in rooms talking about this subject, looking over this subject, doing independent research on this subject. And again, the silver iodide, it really doesn't have environmental effects. Again, I think that's a very different conversation than contrails and larger geoengineering conversations. So just sitting here on all three of these bills, I would support removing that cloud seeding portion. And we do support cloud seeding, as you've heard other people in the room say. I do think that, here in the arid West, here in Wyoming, water is a very important resource for us, and it's very important to our natural resources. And I think it's very important that we don't fall behind the game, if you will. When our surrounding states are also utilizing this technology to augment snowpacks, I think it's important for us to be too. Water is the lifeblood here in Wyoming. And so, to willingly give up the ability to help augment those snowpacks, I think would be very detrimental, not only to our natural resources and our landscapes, but also to those farmers and ranchers that depend on that. And then when you look at some of our compacts within the state that might be affected, our river compacts might be affected if we fall behind the game, if you will, on producing and augmenting snowpacks. I think that's pretty detrimental. And so really would encourage the separation and looking at cloud seeding separately.
Thank you. Any questions? Yes, Representative Ottman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Kennedy, just a quick question. Do you see that the cloud seeding projects have been going on pretty actively? And if so, for how long?
Thank you, Representative Winters and Representative Ottman. So perhaps, Wyoming Water Development Office might be able to speak a little bit more clearly to exactly how long they've been doing those projects here in the state and how frequently. But there are active programs going on to do snowpack augmentation here within the state. And those, to my knowledge, have been going on for several decades.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Okay. Then just a question. If that is so, and if this is effective, and why are we in drought then? Why are we having problems with snowpack?
Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Ottman. So the cloud seeding is an augmentation. So it doesn't create snow. It doesn't make it snow. It helps those ice crystals within clouds. So the clouds already have to be ready to snow, if you will. It helps those ice crystals form so that when we do have a snow event, we can get a little bit more snow out of those clouds, if you will. But it's not a cure-all. It's not something that, you can push the button and make it snow. It just helps augment that process so that when we do get these snowfall events, maybe we can get a little bit more snow out of it.
Okay. Any follow-up? If not, thank you very much.
Thank you.
I think what we'll do now is let Senator Pearson proceed with her.
Do you want to do the online ones and get them out of the way?
We'll let Senator Pearson go ahead and bring her amendments forward.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, procedure would be we would have to move a bill to then amend it, which means we would have to close public comment. My personal opinion, Mr. Chairman, is that after we had so much testimony from some of the people earlier today, and we still have people waiting, that it would be inappropriate to tell other folks that they can't comment on this bill if they so wish to do so, if they followed our procedure and registered the night before. So I would ask you, Mr. Chairman, to allow for public comment to finish before we move the bill and amend it.
Well, thank you. The question I have, though, is we have some folks to testify relative to some of the things we have not discussed yet. Go ahead, Ms. Johnson.
Chairman Winter, there are apparently 6 people with their hands raised to testify on this particular bill. So it probably is best to have them give public comment now, and then we can move the bill later if you so choose.
Okay. Let's go ahead and I guess we'll have continued comment on this issue. Anybody want to give testimony here in person about those issues? Yes, come forward. Okay. State your name and who you're with, please.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Jeff French. I'm a professor at the University of Wyoming. I'm here to give testimony on my own behalf. The testimony that I will be giving is in no way represents the opinions of the university. I will be testifying later on the other bills, but I did want to come up and voice my strong support for earlier comments of removing cloud seeding from this particular bill. I think the case of cloud seeding versus the broader consideration of geoengineering are two completely different aspects of and should be treated differently. There's a number of reasons why I believe that Wyoming should continue to support cloud seeding. First and foremost, because of the additional production of water that it can provide through snowfall augmentation in the mountains around Wyoming. And I will be talking about this later on in specifics related to other bills. I would also state that the broader impacts even of removing any geoengineering can have significant impacts on the research that we do at the University of Wyoming. Not that we are actively involved in modification experiments within the state of Wyoming, but one thing that is important to understand is how aerosols, whether they occur naturally in the atmosphere or whether they have anthropogenic sources such as from cars, from cities, from aircraft, how those aerosols modify clouds naturally, right? We're interested in doing that. We are interested in understanding that. And we look at this through the use of numerical models and simulations, but to understand how well our numerical models and simulations actually do at capturing reality, it's important to be able to test this in small test bed situations. So one of the ways that we are considering doing this is to utilize a small test bed and input dust particles or smoke particles into the atmosphere in very localized situations and be able to measure directly how a cloud responds to that. And knowing that is critically important. It's critically important for being able to forecast the weather, forecast the evolution of clouds and precipitation. It's also important to be able to understand if there are bad actors somewhere around, would we be able to actually detect this in real time? When it comes to chemtrails and contrails, I want to make it very clear that contrails, that is the formation of cloud from jet aircraft, is a very well understood phenomenon. Combustion of jet fuel releases water vapor. It's a byproduct of combustion, okay? Water, you can take two unsaturated particles, two particles that do, or two bags of air that do not have a cloud in them, in either, and mix them together and actually get a cloud to form, okay? Contrail formation results from the fact that we're introducing water vapor into the atmosphere at very, very cold temperatures, okay? When that bit of jet exhaust that has water vapor in it mixes with the atmosphere at very cold temperatures, a cloud forms. It's not spraying chemicals into the atmosphere that is doing this. It is simply a result of a natural process of mixing two parcels of air together, one of which contains water vapor, the other of which is very cold in the upper troposphere in the atmosphere. That's all I have.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So this morning, as I was coming here to the Capitol, I noticed the calm trail coming out of the back of my truck, and when I was standing outside, there was a calm trail coming out of my mouth. Is that what you're saying?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Davis, that's exactly what I'm saying, right? You will notice that out of the back of your car when it's really cold outside, you get a cloud that forms. It doesn't form in the middle of the summer coming out of your tailpipe because that water vapor that is a byproduct of the combustion in your engine is not mixing with extremely cold air in the middle of the summertime, but in the middle of the wintertime it is. And that air mixes and a cloud forms. It's as simple as that.
And
We witness it every day in the wintertime here in Wyoming.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A little follow-up there. The temperature up there at 30,000 foot, do you have an idea what that could possibly be? I mean, my research shows that it's around minus 50 below zero.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Davis. Yeah, so contrails form typically between 30,000 and 45,000 feet. Well, 30 to 40,000 feet where most of the air traffic is. And yes, temperatures can vary from about minus 35. Sorry, I do everything in degrees Celsius, minus 35 degrees Celsius to about minus 50 degrees Celsius, which is in the neighborhood of also minus 30 degrees to minus 50, minus 55 degrees Fahrenheit.
So that, Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
Then add in the wind speed. I'm not sure how to calculate that. I know here in Wyoming on the ground, when the wind's blowing at 40 miles an hour and it's 30 below zero, frostbite occurs, correct?
Correct, Mr. Chairman.
So I
Representative
can't
Davis.
imagine what it would be up there in the,
It certainly, it's a situation where a person could not live right outside of outside of an aircraft environment of a controlled environment in those types of conditions that are occurring at 30,000 feet. An example of that are just the stories of survival on mountain climbing, like at Mount Everest at 29,000 feet. You can't live without oxygen. The temperatures are extremely cold, the winds are extremely strong, et cetera.
Yes, Senator Pearson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I came back up here to ask you some questions as well. For those of us that have been watching the skies for the last 5 years, I as well have noticed since the government shut down that the skies are blue. 1 or 2 days where they were spraying, and this isn't only over population centers, because I live in the middle of nowhere and I watch it every day. The difference between contrails, and would you agree? Yes, sometimes when airlines are going over, you see a little bit of white behind that plane, but they dissipate fairly rapidly with contrails, with a regular airplane.
Is that a
These
question?
planes, well, I'm just asking. I'm asking you what you think, because that's what I notice.
If I may, Mr. Chairman, Senator Pearson, it depends on the conditions in the atmosphere. So in conditions where the atmosphere is already near saturation, but not saturated, contrails can persist for hours and they can spread with time because the complexities of saturation, particularly saturation of ice with respect to liquid. Ice doesn't form easily in the atmosphere, even at really cold temperatures, which is why we cloud seed. But aside from that, once the ice does form and it finds itself in an environment in which it is saturated with respect to ice, these ice crystals can remain suspended in the atmosphere and can be very long-lived. They're very small crystals on the order of a few microns in diameter, so they have very slow settling velocities. That means they don't fall out of the atmosphere very fast. And they will just continue to exist and spread. In situations where the atmosphere is drier, there's less water vapor in the atmosphere, those contrails will rapidly evaporate as that air continues to mix with the surrounding air. And those ice crystals that formed initially because of the water vapor that was put in the atmosphere and the mixing that occurred, those ice crystals, as that air continues to mix broader and broader, will evaporate, sublimate, and the contrail will disappear relatively quickly. So it really depends on what the natural conditions are in the atmosphere on how long a contrail will persist.
Go ahead, Senator.
Follow up. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I just want to ask you this. How do you explain that over the last 3 weeks, at least in my area, we have finally had normal moisture, have seen none of the quote unquote geoengineering, but yet flights are still the same. You're still seeing the same air traffic, passenger flights, whatever. And there's far more moisture in the air in our area in the last 3 weeks. But we aren't seeing the contrails. We're seeing, I mean, it's clear. So how do you explain that if your argument is that with contrails, you can see these linger forever, depending on the moisture in the air, when I've seen it linger forever, whether there's moisture in the air or there's not. And so I'm just, I believe that there's a distinct difference between contrails and chemtrails, and I'm wondering what your opinion is on that.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, go ahead.
Senator Pearson. It has been a very moist period in the last 3 weeks, right? I know this because I've been up in the mountains hunting and I've been getting rained on and snowed on and not had very much success. But contrails, right? These things are occurring at 35,000 feet or higher in the atmosphere. A lot of the moisture that we're seeing that's falling to the surface is occurring at lower levels in the atmosphere. A lot of the clouds aren't extending up to these high heights in the mid and upper troposphere in the atmosphere. So that's one piece. I don't really know if the number of flights hasn't decreased. I've certainly heard a lot on the news lately about FAA and ATC having problems getting enough folks to show up for work, and a lot of delays in airline industry and canceled flights. So I don't know if that has an impact. I certainly do believe that the increase that we see in contrails over the last 5 years to 10 years has been a result of the increase in air traffic over the country during this time. So,
Okay. Any more things?
Okay.
Okay. Thank you for your input.
you bet.
Anna, I guess we could go ahead and call some of these folks that are online.
Mr. Chairman, to start, we have Dane Wigington online.
Hopefully I'm visible. Thank you to everyone on the panel and for the hearing of this issue. To start with, I want to obliterate the condensation trail narrative. We at geoengineeringwatch.org, we are the largest organization in the world on this subject. We're the only organization that has taken a National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration flying lab to altitude, top scientists in it, all on film, all on the record, to sample what heavy aircraft were emitting from nozzles, not a byproduct of jet exhaust, but from nozzles. And we processed that at Rensselaer Polytechnic in New York, one of the world's most recognized testing institutions. And we found exactly what we knew we would find: climate engineering elements starting with aluminum nanoparticles. Aluminum nanoparticles, bioavailable aluminum, is toxic to all life, period, no exceptions. It is sterilizing soil microbiome. It is affecting root systems. And again, this is testing done with agencies like the USDA and biologists in California. And in our film, The Dimming, we have US Air Force generals, 2 of them acknowledging these operations, former Canadian Minister of Defense acknowledging these operations. And we have, most important of all, we have up close film footage of these aircraft at altitude, KC-10s, KC-135, C-17 Globemasters, nozzles visible, turning dispersions on and off. We have up close photographs of retrofit commercial aircraft, and I'm not implicating commercial pilots or personnel. These systems are automated, but we have up close photographs, retrofit nozzles mounted on wing pylons aimed at the exhaust jet stream to make this look like, quote, condensation. When we see a researcher in Antarctica with temperatures 40 or 50 below, with their breath condensing, do clouds start to form above their head? That is a blatant, glaring lie. Again, film footage proves this is a sprayed dispersion, not, quote, condensation. We did about 500 lab tests with the University of Minnesota, an internationally recognized agricultural institution. And with those 500 lab tests over that state, we extrapolated how much material was in that precipitation and projected that globally to determine approximately how much is being dispersed and disguised around the globe on an annual basis. It's something in the range of 40 to 60 million tons. And here's my point. There's a very vast difference between localized, publicized cloud seeding operations and climate engineering. It's comparing an ant to an elephant, and many have gone to great length to try to blur this clear distinction. And the cloud seeding operations, even at smaller scale, are still a very big negative. Anytime you affect the natural cycles, if you do cause something to precipitate in one location, it didn't get where it was going. That's very clear. So when you have people upstream from Wyoming cloud seeding, like Idaho or Washington, and if they were able to cause precipitation, it wouldn't get to Wyoming, obviously. But the overlying massive, exponentially more massive climate engineering Manhattan project, which is geoengineering, is negating any other effect from any other source. And this is well recognized. We have the entire global climate science community stating their urgent desire to put aircraft in the air, spray payload dispersions. These are patented processes, by the way. All that is available. Patents are atmospheric testing, testimony from scientists, U.S. Air Force military personnel, former government scientists. By the way, there's a federal gag order right now on all National Weather Service and NOAA employees. Why would you gag the weathermen if you didn't have something very big to hide? But all this data is in the geoengineeringwatch.org documentary, The Dimming. We are non-political. We don't sell anything. Our mission is to expose this issue. My background is with Bechtel Power Corporation, largest engineering firm in the world. My home was on the cover of the world's largest renewable energy magazine. I have solar, wind, and hydro, and that's what brought me into this issue. When I finished this project in Northern California, in the wilderness of Northern California, I was losing 60, 70, 80% of my solar PV uptake, my solar panel uptake on some days because of what these aircraft were emitting, and I knew that couldn't be condensation. I began to test my precipitation to see if I found climate engineering elements in it. I hoped I would not. I knew it would change the course of my life if I did. I found it there, aluminum nanoparticles specifically. From an initial rain test of 7 parts per billion over 18 months, I had a single rain event with 3,450 parts per billion of aluminum nanoparticles, and aluminum is named specifically in climate engineering patents for solar radiation management. This is literally toxic rain. There's a great effort. And why so many academicians, like the testimony that was just given, why so many from academia are so invested in denying what irrefutable data proves, film footage proves, military officials acknowledge. Why so many academicians are invested in denying this issue is mind-numbing. The entire global climate science community, again, is urgently calling for solar radiation management to be deployed. It has been for 80 years already. We have U.S. Senate documents at geoengineeringwatch.org, 1,800 pages long, outlining the scope and scale of these programs going back as far as 1978. In that document, it calls for intergovernmental cooperation, even between, quote, otherwise adversarial nations, and for blanket legal immunity for anyone and everyone involved. I never, ever wanted to be involved in this battle, but if we have an issue of this magnitude, how are we to not engage in this and expect anything we care about, from the environment to the water we drink, the food we eat? How can we not engage in this? And as far as the current administration, or any other for that matter, they are in a roundabout way continuing to perpetuate the official denial of this is just, quote, jet exhaust and not a sprayed dispersion. And in regard to atmospheric conditions, they are changing very rapidly. In fact, the region where aircraft fly is warming very rapidly, making it even less conducive for a, quote, condensation trail. At geoengineeringwatch.org, we've had 2 former military pilots that fly private jet aircraft with very important people have contacted us. Their planes were forced into emergency auto descent because the air around that plane was about 45 degrees higher than it should have been. The air was not dense enough to carry that aircraft. So again, the bottom line is these programs are a covert global climate engineering Manhattan operation, solar radiation management, the stated purpose to put light scattering particles into the atmosphere to slow down some of the sun's incoming thermal energy without consideration of the consequences of doing so. And again, we have many in the climate science community getting closer to acknowledging these operations, but to do so is a very bad career decision, and we know that. And in regard to the toxicity, and some of the earlier witnesses stated correctly, there's synergistic toxicity. When you combine these elements, they become exponentially more toxic. And we've had, in the case of fish, which is a concern in Wyoming, we've had California top biologists, we have his emails in our possession, contacted geoengineeringwatch.org because of the endangered Delta smelt fish in the Sacramento River Delta, and they were finding aluminum nanoparticles adhered to the gills of the smelt. And every time he tried to bring that to light, he had a boot put over his neck. Fish and Game in Northern California, top biologist, personal friend, bringing up the fact that there were the sediments behind the dams and the streams packed with bioavailable aluminum, boot over her neck. So again, and I'll go to questions now, but we're the largest research firm in the world in this issue. We've conducted hundreds and hundreds of tests all over the country We've worked with academicians around the country, major institutions around the country. And this denial of this climate engineering elephant in the sky is mind-numbing. It will come out sooner than later. And again, our only purpose is to point out that this is absolutely the single most destructive, we would describe it as the single most destructive human activity so far, short of nuclear cataclysm. And again, the ramifications cannot be overstated from so many directions. So I welcome any questions. There's nothing you can ask me on this issue that I can't answer.
Thank you, Mr. Wigginton. Are there any questions for Mr. Wigginton? Yes, Representative Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, Mr. Wigginton, you said 60 million tons of chemical is being dispersed?
40, okay, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead. 40 million?
Based on our testing with University of Wyoming, about 500 lab tests in total. And we're talking about aluminum, barium, strontium, manganese, polymer fibers, surfactants, graphene. If you've ever seen foaming rain, there's surfactants in our rain, and that is part of the climate engineering mix to keep the particles from coagulating together, which increases their descent times. So all these elements in this testing with UC Wyoming, 500 tests in total. And again, the total figure of 40 to 60 million tons, not coincidentally, matches what the world's most recognized climate engineers state as their objective to disperse globally, 40 to 60 million tons of nanoparticles as part of solar radiation management operations.
My question, Mr. Chairman, is what company produces that? That's a lot of material.
It is, and we have peer-reviewed publication, peer-reviewed science study published implicating coal fly ash because of the chemical signature in coal fly ash as a base material for these operations. And that's where so much material can come from with other elements added. Again, that's peer-reviewed, published science study. American Elements Corporation appears to be one of the material suppliers for the added elements because we have very different constituents being found. For example, when we have a January 21st of this year snowstorm in New Orleans, Gulf Coast, and Florida, while it was above freezing and raining on the same day in Alaska, Greenland, Iceland, and Siberia, that flash snowstorm is not a natural event. These are patented processes. It's called chemical ice nucleation for weather modification. Anyone in this room that searches Chinese government create artificial snowstorm will find everybody covered it. Popular Science, CNN, MSNBC, The Guardian. But if you bring that up here, suddenly everybody denies it, especially in academia here. Why they're so invested in denying these operations is obvious. It's a bad career decision to do otherwise. But this is mainstream global coverage of operations that are happening here in the US, but we're not allowed to talk about it here in the US. So again, in regard to the bulk material, peer-reviewed, published science study that coal fly ash, because many of the constituents in that, although they're toxic, are conducive to climate engineering operations as long as you don't consider the consequences of doing so. So peer-reviewed science study, again, proving that that is a base material.
Yes, thank you. Senator Craigo.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to, I think, clear up a little bit of a confusion. Earlier, you said the study you referenced came out of the University of Minnesota, I believe, and then just a few seconds ago, you talked about it coming out of the University of Wyoming, and I just wanted to make sure we were talking about the University of Minnesota, not the University of Wyoming.
If I said Wyoming, I apologize. It's UC Minnesota.
Yep. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Wigginton.
Are there any other questions for Mr. Wigginton? Okay, seeing none. Okay, Senator Pearson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Winnington, for getting on and testifying with us today. My question for you is, I have noticed over the years the droughts in Wyoming. I have noticed our sagebrush dying. People not being able to get normal growth on crops that they have, or even in fields that had good grass at one time. And now those fields are turning into foxtail, wiregrass, thistles. I mean, and we can spray all we want, but do you think that this change in soil and this change in growth and these plants that have always been very prevalent in Wyoming that are dying, and you can see them dying, do you think that this could be a result of what is being sprayed over our skies? Thank you.
Thank you for your question. I don't think, I know. We know this from absolute science testing, countless precipitation testing. So when we have toxic rain, specifically with bioavailable aluminum particulates in that rain, aluminum doesn't exist in free form in the environment, by the way. It's always bonded to other elements. If you find free form aluminum, it's been mined, refined, and distributed. Again, that's a primary element named in climate engineering patents. So we have peer-reviewed science study to prove that this bioavailable aluminum affects root systems on everything, causes them to shut down nutrient uptake. They die a slow, protracted death. It's also altering soil pH values. We know this in Northern California from extensive testing working directly with the USDA, that so much toxic rain has fallen here in Northern California. We have normally acidic soils, and I have the USDA historical baselines in my possession from a contact at USDA. Our normally acidic soils of 5.4, 5.5 are now 6.5, 6.6. That's an escalation of 10 plus times toward alkaline, and that is a direct result of the toxic rain. In the West, we're losing all of our predominant forest tree, the Douglas fir tree. The die-off is so horrific here in the West. It's not just the beetles. Beetles are a symptom of a sick, dead, dying tree. We have altered soil pH value. We have altered hydrological cycle because climate engineering, and anybody who searches this, geoengineering will affect rain cycles. It is well acknowledged this will be the case. They're just not acknowledging that these programs have long since been operational. So when you combine the disruption of the hydrological cycle, toxic rain that's killing soil microbiome, affecting root systems, and geoengineering is also destroying the ozone layer. That is very, very critical. It's not getting better. We're metering this with a former NASA contract engineer with state-of-the-art equipment. We're getting UVC in the surface. That affects crops and flora as well. So but when you combine all these elements, you have, again, toxic soil, affected root systems, and because of these desiccant particles that not only disrupt the hydrological cycle, it affects atmospheric RH, relative humidity. So you have a condition called VPD, vapor pressure deficit, and that's not being acknowledged by the science community. That means when you alter that atmospheric chemistry, flora from crops to forests shut their stomata, their respiratory ports. That's how they breathe. That's how they absorb carbon. That's how they feed. That's how they release oxygen. And that is not happening. And so again, climate engineering has thrown a massive wrench into the planet's natural cycles and the elements that allow flora to grow, allow crops to grow, trees to grow. This is a massive elephant in the equation. So the long answer to your question is there's zero doubt that climate engineering is the single biggest factor affecting all of these equations. And we have the whole of the so-called climate science community pretending it isn't happening. And I'll leave it with this. I had a NOAA scientist state to my face, we all know this is happening. We have no First Amendment protection. Again, there's a federal gag order on National Weather Service and NOAA. We don't know what to do. That was her statement to me, face to face.
Thank you. Representative Provenza, would you care to?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a question. So you mentioned China using weather modification. Are there concerns that other countries are looking to be using weather as a warfare method?
There is no question, and you can see U.S. Air Force generals, 2 of them in our documentary, The Dimming, acknowledging this. And it's a historical record that weather is being used as a weapon. And if we go back to hurricane modification, we have Jamaica being annihilated right now as we speak from a Cat 5 hurricane. The U.S. military first deployed its initial hurricane modification operations in 1947 with Project Cirrus. If we move forward in time, the weather modification from the US military was so effective in the Vietnam War. And this is very different than the localized cloud seeding. I want to stress that. A localized cloud seeding aircraft with a single engine propeller driven propulsion, that might distribute 5 to 10 pounds of material in a flight. A KC-135 can dump 100 tons in a single flight. U.S. military is so effective at controlling precipitation in Vietnam in the 60s that by 1976, the international community passed INMOD treaties, environmental modification treaties, forbidding weather manipulation in wartime, but not over a country's own population. That's key. If we look at we have film footage of U.S. President Lyndon Johnson. For those that claim this is conspiracy, we don't have this kind of technology. 1962, 63 years ago, on film, on the record, then Vice President Lyndon Johnson stating we had the power to control the world's cloud layer then, and he who controls the weather controls the world. This is definitely a weapon of war. It's definitely been and is being used as a covert weapon of war. The documentation to back that up is mountainous, absolutely mountainous. And again, I would challenge everyone to, if listen to the U.S. Air Force generals, former U.S. government scientists that are speaking out on our film as well, acknowledging these operations. I'm only asking people to do some real research and not to buy the official denial that so many in academia seem so compelled to keep spitting out while these operations rage in our skies. And we have film footage, again, bottom line, film footage at geoengineeringwatch.org of these aircraft, nozzles visible, turning dispersions on and off. This is going on.
Mr. Chairman, can I do a follow-up?
Yes, you may. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So if other countries are using this as warfare, my question then is, if we pass legislation like this and we ban any investigation of how to create a defense, how are we going to have a defense mechanism if we can't do any research on it?
I'm not suggesting we don't research, and I'm not suggesting that other countries are conducting weather warfare over our country. That is, anything going on over our airspace is our country, our government, and we can speculate on all the agendas and objectives. I'm not going to fill in a blank that I can't know all of those agendas or objectives. But the fact that these operations are real and ongoing over our country, over our airspace is inarguable. And the fact that there's global cooperation is inarguable. Again, we have posted with important sections highlighted 800-page U.S. Senate document outlining these programs going back as far as 1978. We have many other documents to corroborate this as well. And even the COP climate conferences, COP global climate conferences that claim to be an effort to curb business as usual, to reduce CO2 emissions, behind closed doors at those conferences, it's simply an effort to actively or passively to force countries to participate in these operations, because you cannot just geoengineer over your own airspace without affecting the entire world. And so again, whatever speculation anyone wants to engage in as to the agendas and objectives, the fact that these programs are ongoing is inarguable. And we have the U.S. military stating on the record that they consider the ongoing climate collapse, this is from the U.S. military, to be the greatest national security threat of all. Are we to think that they wouldn't deploy these operations without asking us? Did anyone ask us if they could detonate 2,400 nuclear bombs? The fallout from Nevada alone, we now have a peer-reviewed study that proved the nuclear detonations in Nevada, which they told no one about, has killed eventually 700,000 Americans from that fallout. So again, I would argue that this is an immediate existential threat. I'm only asking people to do real research and not buy the official denial from so many in academia when we have a mountain of data to confirm these operations.
Thank you. Senator Ide has got a question.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Wigington, for being here. Your testimony is enlightening. I wanted just to emphasize the comments you made on messing with natural cycles, and that's where I have a real problem. Messing with Mother Nature. God's law on the weather is not something that we should probably be intervening in. My question is, there's been testimony on separating cloud seeding from geoengineering. Do you have opinion on that? Have any of you looked at the bill? Thank you.
Yes,
I
Mr.
have,
Wiggins.
you are correct. We are on completely the same page. When you interfere with unimaginably complex natural systems, you can only get a bad result, period. And again, from localized, publicized cloud seeding operations to climate engineering, both bad. It is a matter of scale. So when we look at, again, single aircraft dispersions and the materials being used, localized cloud seeding operation with flares on the wings, perhaps distribution of 5 pounds of material, something in that range. Fully loaded KC-135 can carry 100 tons in a single payload. That's an inconceivable exponential difference. And the materials matter also. And on our film, The Dimming, to put this into context, and the materials is starting with aluminum nanoparticles, which are toxic to all life forms, period, no exception. On film, on the record, at an international geoengineering conference, this is in our film, The Dimming, I confronted the world's most recognized climate engineer, Dr. David Keith, and after his 3-hour symposium of promoting the dispersion of tens of millions of tons of alumina nanoparticles into the atmosphere, I asked Dr. Keith, has any toxicological study been done whatsoever on carrying out these operations? His first answer was, well, we looked at atmospheric particulate loading. There's a lot up there. A little more won't hurt. Wait a minute. And this is 100 journalists in the room. I was one researcher. They allowed several questions, and they, after that, banned me from the subsequent conferences. But my question to him, my follow-up was, those materials in our atmosphere are not alumina. Have you studied alumina? His answer, no. Could terrible things happen tomorrow? We don't know. What kind of a cavalier attitude is that from the world's most recognized climate engineer? They do these programs because they can, because no one has so far been willing to stand up and tell the truth from academia, and the gag orders are a part of that. But bottom line is, though, again, if these operations are allowed to continue, we're not going to have much to care about for much longer. It's sterilizing soils, destroying the atmosphere's protective layers, starting with the ozone layer, and it is totally and completely disrupting and derailing the global hydrological cycle, and that is the primary cause of the droughts in the West. I'll leave it with this. Laws of physics make clear the atmosphere can carry 7% more moisture for every degree C of warming. Based on unfiltered data, we are likely in the range of 3 degrees C right now. It should be raining much more overall, not less. If it's raining less, there's a factor we're not being told about. That is climate engineering and the desiccant particles they are distributing. It is much more effective at diminishing and dispersing rain than augmenting it. Bottom line is, it's all a disruption.
Thank you. We're going to get some more testimony here. Anna, could we limit this testimony to 2 minutes? Our time is slipping away from us rapidly, and we need to get through this. So I think we could, the testimonies coming up, if they could limit them to 2 minutes, I would appreciate that. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, the next person for public testimony online is Clayton Baker.
We're going to have Senator Crago's got a question. We're going to let him go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a quick question for Mr. Wigington. Is there a copy of the gag order on your website? Is that something we can look at?
Yes, there is. And yes, you can. And it's also featured in our documentary, The Dimming. And we are non-political. We don't sell anything else. And there is so much data presented in that documentary, including testimony from experts in every arena, Canadian Minister of Defense, former U.S. presidential cabinet members. There is so much data there. And yes, the gag order is also there. And that's a blanket gag order. This is what some in alt media have tried to discredit this by saying, no, there's no gag order specifically on geoengineering. Of course there's not. How big of a red flag would that be? It's a gag order on all agency operations issued by PEER, Public Employees for Environmental Responsibility, illegal federal gag order on National Weather Service and NOAA.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Anna, if you could bring in the next Zoom.
He's online now, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. And who is this?
His name is Clayton Baker.
Okay. Mr. Baker, could you identify yourself and who you're with?
Yes, thank you, Chairman Winter and everyone there. My name is Dr. Clayton Baker. I'm a medical doctor. I'm a practicing physician. I've been a practicing physician for over 25 years. I've worked with the U.S. Public Health Service in Arizona and with the Veterans Administration for many years. I have decades of experience caring for veterans with toxic exposures that have been caused by U.S. government actions, ranging from Agent Orange in Vietnam to burn pit exposures in the Middle East wars and others. I want to tell you that the widespread geoengineering activities going on overhead throughout the United States, including your great state of Wyoming, are directly analogous to the spraying that the military did over Vietnam during the Vietnam War. Only now it's happening to our homeland and our own civilians. In the Vietnam War, the U.S. military ran a top secret operation called Operation Popeye, where extensive cloud seeding, as Mr. Wigington pointed out, was done to wash out the Ho Chi Minh Trail. When it was exposed, it caused international outrage, and it actually contributed to the NMOD treaty that he described as well. Additionally, as most people know, extensive aerial spraying of Agent Orange and other chemicals over Vietnam poisoned countless American servicemen and Vietnamese civilians. For years, the government insisted the spraying was safe to humans. In fact, it was highly poisonous, and it's now a service-connected condition for many cancers, diabetes, and other dangerous diseases. I've cared for hundreds of veterans poisoned by their own military with Agent Orange. Today, we're being constantly sprayed with numerous toxic nanoparticles, including aerosolized toxic heavy metals, aluminum, barium, strontium, and others, as well as other toxic compounds such as sulfuric acid, sulfur dioxide, graphene oxide, silver iodide, and others. I agree that the cloud seeding is a small percentage of this, but it's still part of it. I have submitted a white paper for you outlining the specific toxicities of many of these toxins that are being sprayed over Wyoming and the rest of the United States. I would be pleased to speak further to you about those if you wish. Given the time limits here, and I tried to keep this under 2 minutes, it will probably go just 30 seconds over, but I'll focus on aluminum. Aerosolized aluminum is being sprayed over our heads in massive amounts, as Mr. Wigington stated. It's increasingly deposited in our air, soil, and water. Aluminum is pure poison. It has no physiologic function in the human body. We all know iron, we need that for heme, for example. We don't need aluminum. Aluminum is pure poison. It's being sprayed over our heads in massive amounts. It causes neurodegenerative diseases, including dementia. We have a dementia epidemic, which President Trump even mentioned trying to fight. I wonder why. We are being sprayed constantly with a free metal that causes dementia. Aluminum harms the respiratory system. We have tremendous problems with asthma, COPD, and so on, even though smoking is way down. I wonder why. We have an increase in lung cancer incidence in this country, even though smoking is down. I wonder why. To finish up, I'd just like to say that I could talk about other toxic particles that are being sprayed in massive amounts onto us as well. But I've also submitted a letter to you co-signed by over 24 other physicians from throughout the United States calling for an end to geoengineering on human health grounds. One of your representatives or senators commented about informed consent. That's another important point which I touch on in there. There is no informed consent here. In fact, we have academics denying it exists, and it exists. The documentation is absolutely everywhere, as Mr. Wigington pointed out. The list is growing. There's more physicians that I'm getting on every week. I get more people signing on to this. I urge you to pass the strongest legislation possible in Wyoming to stop this crime. We must regain control of our skies and stop the systemic poisoning of our children and our grandchildren's health and future. Thank you very much for allowing me the time to speak to you today. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Baker. Do we have another one online?
Yes, sir. Next up, we have Lewis Arthur online.
Okay. Mr. Arthur, would you introduce yourself and who you're with?
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
All right. Thank you, sir. My name is Lewis Arthur. I am an independent investigative journalist And I want to just get this on the record. Everyone that's talking about these military operations, DARPA, USAP operations out of the United States Antarctica Project, I submitted evidence to the Oklahoma City FBI this year in March. After my initial meeting with Special Agent Joshua Rich, Detective McMillan from the Joint Terrorism Task Force, I provided them evidence that weather weapon Helene, the hurricane that hit North Carolina and killed a lot of our families and destroyed their homes, I provided them that evidence, and I brought a whistleblower, a researcher named Lori Kramer, who provided the FBI evidence that her research on the stratospheric aerosol injections that she began 25 years ago was accessed by over 120 different militaries. This is a global operation out of the United States Antarctica Project. Everyone that signed up on the Antarctica Treaty, Russia, China, India, they're all doing the same thing. This isn't to make it rain. These are weapons programs. I requested for the current administration, they were in power, and HHS Secretary RFK Jr. admitted that these were DARPA operations that were being poisoned with. I requested for the FBI to ask President Trump through Kash Patel to Pam Bondi to stop violating law. There is federal law that prevents, or is supposed to, USC Title 50, subsection 1520A, that's informed consent. We have to give them consent to poison us and use directed energy weapons against us. These are chemical and biological agents mixed in with the stratospheric aerosol injections, red fungi, human DNA, red blood cells, not just the nanocharged particles in the metals. I've also done extensive research and supplied the FBI evidence that NEXRAD Doppler radars are used to manipulate, along with HARP and Gwen towers. The Lockheed Martin, Raytheon, and General Dynamics have embedded the directed energy weapons in our infrastructure. So people are asking how those clouds are forming from just a long trail. They're forming because of the EMF transmitters. I've done extensive research on this, so has our researchers. This was confirmed by the FBI. I want this to be very clear. I asked Special Agent Joshua Rich to request for the President of the United States to declare a 3-year moratorium on all DARPA operations because it's killing our people and our ecosystem. Special Agent Joshua Rich in my second meeting stated to my face that President Trump will not declare a 3-year moratorium. But they do have an open investigation. Myself and Lori Kramer, we both had death threats. These are documented death threats telling us to shut up. And I had the Joint Terrorism Task Force. There are 2 duties to notify from the federal government saying that there are threats against my life because of my reporting and my activity trying to shut down the directed energy weapons that are manipulating the sky poisons. I'm very grateful that Wyoming is taking this seriously. I'm very grateful for Senator Pearson, Representative Brady, and every one of you that are not just keeping blinders on. I ask you to go and see what Dane Wigington has already spoken about. Everything he said, there's videos, there's evidence, there's whistleblowers, just like I brought out as an independent investigative journalist. I take this matter very seriously, and I want to change the story. And I'm just hoping and praying that everyone on this panel will take it as seriously as we do. Thank you, and I can answer any questions that you may have.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Arthur. Do we have any questions for Mr. Arthur? Seeing none, can we go to the next?
Yes, sir. Next up, we have Augustus Dorico.
Yes.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
All right, thank you. My name is Augustus Dorico. I think some of the people in the room know about me already, but I run Rainmaker, the company that was alluded to earlier. We're the biggest cloud seeding company in the United States, one of the biggest in the world. And I mostly just want to open up myself today to give you guys the opportunity to ask questions and hear from the horse's mouth on someone that's doing cloud seeding operations. There's 4 things that I want to say. I don't want this to drag on. I know the hearing's been long already. So the first point that I want to touch on is what cloud seeding is and what it is not. Cloud seeding is a technology that we've had for 80 years that was invented in the United States to increase water supply for farms, for ecosystems, for urban use, for energy use. It's conflated often with modifying solar radiation, geoengineering, chemtrails, contrails, directed energy weapons. People use a lot of different terms and they mix them all together. I just want to make it very clear that cloud seeding is something that we've studied the efficacy of for a long time, that we've studied the toxicology of for a long time. I'll get into that second point in a moment, but cloud seeding exists in the United States. It was invented in the United States. It's used by governments around the world for the sake of water supply, for farms that are running out of water, for aquifers that are running out of water. And we're operating in 6 states across the US right now because our ecosystems, our ranchers, our hydroelectric projects are running out of water. That's the first thing. So if you're worried about streaks in the sky that you see, that's not cloud seeding. That happens at tens of thousands of feet above where cloud seeding occurs. If you're worried about the creation of clouds or the dimming of the sun, that's also not cloud seeding. And then just quick last point on this, with respect to whether the government shutdown is affecting the incidence of streaks in the sky, I just took this picture outside. I'm in Oregon right now. You still see those streaks. The official Trump administration position from the EPA is that chemtrails don't exist. I'm totally open-minded to that. I've reached out repeatedly to Dane Wigington to try to talk about this, but I haven't gotten to. So first of all, that's what cloud seeding is. That's what it's not. Second thing, I think everybody in the room, I think everybody on the committee, and thank you for the time again, is concerned about human health, ecosystem health, the health of our crops and animals. That totally makes sense. I want America to be healthy. I don't want additional pollutants in the soil. I'm a patriot and a Christian, and I think it's our God-given responsibility to steward all of creation. And so if we were doing something that did adversely affect any of our ecosystems or farms, we shouldn't. So if you're worried about barium, strontium, aluminum, we don't use any of those materials in our cloud seeding. We use silver iodide. And so silver iodide, if you Google its health effects, your first result will say something like it can be toxic, but so can too much copper, so can too much magnesium. The threshold at which, I think it was Representative Davis that brought this up, the most sensitive freshwater bacteria or invertebrates become impeded by silver iodide concentration is about 100 parts per billion. The highest increase in silver iodide that we've seen from operations that have gone on decades in soil or water is parts per trillion. So about 1 million times less, over 1 million times less than what the highest or the lowest threshold for toxic effect is. So I just want to make that clear. If you have any questions about silver iodide, happy to answer them. I absolutely think the materials that should be used or that are being used should be regulated. So one, what cloud seeding is, what it's not. Two, silver iodide toxicology, that's the second thing. Thirdly, Senator Ide, I think that your point on messing with complex systems or interfering with God's creation or creating a Tower of Babel, like these are all things that we absolutely should not do without intention and without prayer and without caution and without regulation. And so when I think about intervening in the weather, modifying the weather, the first thing that I would say is that we already modify the weather unintentionally all the time. The asphalt from our roads, the cement from our roads that creates heat that changes the local environment, that affects cloud formation. When we till crops or harvest and kick up dust, that affects cloud formation and precipitation. And so the first point I would say is we actively, unintentionally are modifying the weather. And I think that with regulation and prayer and intention, modifying the weather for our benefit and for creation's benefit could be good. And then secondly, we actively modify God's creation intentionally as well. When we build a dam or when we dig a well, right, we're deliberately changing where water is for the sake of our farms, for the sake of our interests. And again, that should be regulated and done prayerfully. But we're already modifying things both intentionally and unintentionally. And the water that's above our head is kind of just the same as the rivers next to us. And we should, if we can, with appropriate scrutiny and caution, benefit from the water that's available to us. So one, again, what is cloud seeding and what it is not? Two, what is silver iodide? Is it safe? Yes, we know that it's safe. Three, we're already modifying the weather unintentionally. There is intentional modification of creation happening all the time. This is a new technology, and I'm super sympathetic to people that are worried about it or that have questions about it. And that's why I'm trying to be super transparent. And so the last point that I'll make is, like, why am I here to talk about this? Why did I found Rainmaker? So obviously I have a business, right? Obviously it's in my business interest that I get to produce water for people that's valuable. But if I was interested in making money, There's way easier ways to make money than have governments across the country scrutinize you and threaten to ban your technology. There's way easier ways to make money than developing new technology that hasn't been used at scale before. There's way easier ways to make money than being persistently threatened to be killed because people confuse you with geoengineering or directed energy weapons. I've been accused of being a patsy for the deep state. I think that if what I was some sort of plant or shill or patsy, I'd be doing an awful job advocating for this clandestine government weather manipulation and poisoning program, because I do think that geoengineering is something that's unstudied and unregulated and should be regulated and is potentially dangerous. I don't think that there should be any pollution done intentionally by our government or permitted by our government either. I'm actively advocating for more regulation, more scrutiny from all of the state governments in which we're operating, and I'm being totally transparent. So if you ever have any questions about any of these programs, I will always provide all of the data that we have and happily answer your questions. My concern, right, is that the United States, that American ranchers, that American ecosystems, that American cities and hydroelectric power and reservoirs have the water that they need. And right now, I know that you guys know this just as well as I, we don't have as much water as we should. The Colorado River doesn't have as much water as it should. Our aquifers are being drawn down. This technology, it's not one that's going to end drought altogether. But if we ban it wholesale, then we're going to shoot ourselves in the foot and lose a means of producing more water that, as of the last 10 years, given new radar tech, given satellite tech, we can specifically measure the yields from. And that is something fundamentally different about Rainmaker. The fact that we can measure on an operation by operation basis how much water we're producing, that's important because it justifies all of the activity that we're doing for the sake of the ranchers, the governments, the utilities that are our customers. So again, to the chairman, to the committee, thank you very much for having me. Happy to answer any questions you have.
Any questions for Augustus? Seeing none, would you bring the next one on?
Yes, sir. The next person to testify
Yes,
is
Senator Love.
Mr. Chairman, through you, you mentioned having measurable data that shows the production from seeding projects. Is there a location that we could go research that so we could see the actual production?
Sure. So I'll give you 4 things quickly, and I'll send it to you as well, specifically, Senator Love. If you look up the SNOWIE project, SNOWIE, that was the first time people were able to prove how much water they could produce on an event-by-event basis using new radar. 2, I have some research out of China where they're using satellite data to measure exactly how much of the precipitation is man-made. 3, if you look up Cloud Lab at ETH Zurich in Switzerland, they were also able to use radar to measure specifically how much water they were producing and how much was man-made. And then lastly, I'll send you a link to the Utah Department of Natural Resources assessment of cloud seeding's efficacy, because they've been running a program for a long time and are specifically now scaling up their operations for the sake of trying to save the Great Salt Lake.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Dorico, I would like to request that you send that to each member of the committee, please.
I would love to do that, Representative. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, the next person to testify is Sarah Allstott.
Okay. Ms. Allstott, would you introduce yourself and who you're with?
Yeah, can you hear me?
I can.
Okay. Yes, my name is Sarah Allstott, and I've been researching cloud seeding in Idaho for the past few years. I'd like to start with the claim that cloud seeding is just silver iodide. It is interesting that on NOAA's website, it encourages to report on seeding agents, but not all agents. There's an ice crystal engineering titled data sheet that shows aluminum, ammonium perchlorate, zinc powder, and an organic binder as ingredients. And then in addition, it shows in the about 30% range, copper iodide, ammonium iodide, and silver iodide. I do not understand why cloud seeding operators are getting away with not disclosing all agents, because oftentimes those additional agents are considered binders and propellants. And I believe the workaround is that the NOAA reports show that they're to report on seeding agents, and that less than 30% with the copper iodide, ammonium iodide, and silver iodide ends up being only silver iodide reported. But I'd like to also talk about the Deseret article that Rainmaker was recently interviewed in. And I want to contrast the 2024 GAO findings on cloud seeding technology to their comments. Rainmaker is getting away with claiming that they are applying a yellow-green powder that will be injected into clouds to generate precipitation. Later, the article mentioned silver iodide compound. This is not transparency. This is using some sort of a cocktail and reporting on partial agents. The GAO assessment stated that more wide use of silver iodide could have an effect on public health or the environment. And it cautions on quantities, and that other agents used might need EPA evaluation. Rainmaker goes on to say that they estimate that they can boost precipitation 5 to 15% in that article. GAO says literature will often quote 5 to 15% increase in precipitation from cloud seeding, but rarely acknowledge statistical uncertainty associated with that increase. And then lastly, I'd like to talk about the SNOWY project that he just referenced. The unambiguous seeding signatures that they claim, if you go to what GAO says about cloud seeding in general, it's when uncertainty was considered in estimates of cloud seeding effectiveness, the estimated effect was not distinguishable from zero with a high degree of statistical confidence. Furthermore, post-SNOWY, researchers are on record in Western Water Managers' bet on cloud seeding despite gaps in science as saying there are plenty of other caveats from the study. Tessendorf says in SNOWY, planes sprayed silver iodide into more than 24 clouds that looked ripe for seeding, but they could only draw a clear link between seeding and snowfall in 3 cases. There's a small, hard to pinpoint signal that cloud seeding created additional ice in a handful of other cases, and then no signal at all in some instances. I would caution the panel to not buy into the claim that they know this is working. 3 out of about 24 is not scientific proof. What they did was they modeled a few success rates, and now they're using that as their flagship success. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Ms. Allstott? Seeing none, go ahead and bring the next in.
Mr. Chairman, that was the last person for public comment that we have at this time.
Okay, thank you.
That's my turn.
We need to move the bill first before you make any amendments. So we gotta move the bill.
Okay. Would you like to do that?
Ask if there's a motion to move the bill.
Do we have a motion to move this bill? This would be 26 LSO 0208.
I would make that motion.
Oh, second.
Thank you. Now we'll go ahead and have the amendments.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In summary, this resolution expresses the Wyoming legislature's firm intent to prohibit unauthorized atmospheric geoengineering within the state's jurisdiction. It reaffirms Wyoming's sovereign responsibility to protect the quality of its air, water, and agricultural resources while respecting federal authority over national airspace. The measure directs the governor to work in concert with neighboring states and the Western Governors Association to establish a unified regional approach to atmospheric modification policy. Additionally, it requires the Department of Environmental Quality to provide annual reports to the legislature, ensuring continued oversight and accountability until Congress enacts consistent federal legislation. So I would like to introduce the amendments now. Do we need to vote on them one by one, or do you just want me to read it off?
Let's go ahead and do them all, and then we'll vote on it.
Okay, a summary of draft changes, page 2, line 15. Strike lines 15 through 19. And insert the staff recommendation from page 3, lines 14 through 20.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, personally, I think it would be better if we maybe go through all of the amendments, because I think they need to be divided. I think there's some of them that I question, and I don't want to vote for them carte blanche, basically. So if we could go through all the amendments, and then maybe just we'll vote on them individually and we'll debate them individually. Does that sound okay?
Yeah, no, I think that's what we're planning.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead.
Do you want me to read what we're taking out and what we're putting in,
That
or
would be good.
do we just want to? Okay, so on page 2, line 15, it's currently worded saying, whereas it is the constitutional duty of state government to safeguard public health, defend private property, protect agricultural integrity, and assert state sovereignty over activities conducted within its borders and above its skies under the 10th Amendment of the United States Constitution. So what we want to insert on page 3, lines 14 through 20, so we want to take out that section and insert on page 3, lines 14 through 20, the staff recommendation that says, whereas it is the duty of the state government to safeguard public health, defend private property, protect agricultural integrity, and assert state sovereignty over activities conducted within its borders and above its skies. And the 10th Amendment to the United States Constitution confirms that powers not delegate to the federal government remain reserved to the states and the people.
Yeah, go ahead.
So that is an amendment that I am recommending. And I need to, I guess, know what the committee thinks, so.
Is there any questions on this from anybody?
Mr. Chairman, just a matter, I guess, of procedure. So we need to actually move the amendment formally, then have a second. We cannot discuss the amendment until we have a motion and a second.
Okay, so let's just go ahead and go through all the amendments, and then we'll take them separately.
Mr. Chairman.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I think what procedurally needs to happen is that Senator Pearson has stated her amendment, so she should motion, I move the amendment to strike these lines and insert the staff comment. And then there would be a second, so someone would have to say, I second that, and then we would talk about just that amendment, so that we're not talking and we don't move a bunch of different amendments at the same time. We need to consider this amendment, move on. So she needs to move it and second it.
Okay, I think the general consensus is just that. So thank you, Representative. So
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would move this First Amendment to strike lines 15 through 19 and insert the staff recommendation from page 3, lines 14 through 20.
Is there a second?
I would second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Everybody,
Discussion.
yeah, do we have a discussion on this? Anybody have anything to say? Yes, Senator Love.
Mr. Chairman, through you, just a quick thought. So as we as we change this wording, I wonder how this applies though to the 1958 Federal Aviation Act, where it granted, the principle of that act granted the federal government sovereignty over all airspace. And so I want to make sure we're not putting ourselves in legal peril with that language. And so that would be something the legals would have to comment on.
Any thoughts on that?
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, you did all receive a confidential memo talking about that, among other things. It should be in your packet. And LSO did have, LSO did notice that that might be an issue that comes up either during the discussion of the bill or after it's passed. But we gave you hard copies of that memo this morning. It should be in your packets.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And comment from Senator Love. I see that, that note in there, that staff comment on, 49 USC, and maybe trying to work that in somewhere. I'm typically against forfeiting any state sovereignty to the federal government and even referencing it. There's always questions of whether those laws are unconstitutional. That happens numerous times at our federal level and even at the Supreme Court level. So my thoughts are to leave any reference or forfeiting any sovereignty to the federal government. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman? Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would just add to what the senator just said. This is a resolution to make our position clear. So I would not prefer to have any reference to the federal government either.
Okay. All those in favor of this amendment signify by voice vote.
Aye.
Aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. Go ahead, Senator Pearson, with the next one.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to move a second amendment and ask for your consideration. So page 3, line 22.
Do we have a second on that?
What's the amendment?
So the amendment says, so this would insert, whereas the legislature recognizes consistent with 49 USC 40103A1 that the United States retains exclusive sovereignty over national airspace and affirms that this resolution is intended to protect air quality, public health, and state interests within Wyoming's jurisdiction without conflicting with federal airspace regulation.
Okay. All those in favor of this amendment?
Need a second.
We had one.
I thought we had one here. Yeah. So,
Any discussion on that?
yeah, any discussion?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, not to belabor this, I'll just reiterate my comments from the previous one. I'm against this amendment just because it does reference US law, and I think it's a resolution and it's unnecessary. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I would point out what we're really doing is we're asking the federal government to pass legislation in this regard. We're not passing our own legislation. We're sending a resolution to Washington to say, hey, you guys do something about this. And so I think although it's a good point for some of the legislation coming up, as far as the sovereignty, I don't know if it really is applicable. I agree with Senator Ide on this. In this particular matter, we're asking the federal government to take action. We're not passing a state law. We're going to talk about that in a couple bills, but just was pointing that out.
Okay. So all those in favor of this amendment signify by saying aye. All those opposed?
No.
Motion was defeated. We'll go to the next amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Next amendment would be on page 4, line 14 through 15. Strike geoengineering modifications and replace with such interventions.
Did you move that?
Oh, I would like to move that amendment, please.
Do we have a second? See, none, I guess we're bypass that deal. Want to go to the next one?
Okay, Mr. Chairman, next amendment, I'd like to move the next amendment, page 5, line 24. Insert a new subsection A. That the legislature further urges the governor of Wyoming to coordinate with the Western Governors Association and neighboring states to develop a consistent regional policy regarding atmospheric modification, ensuring mutual protection of water sources, agriculture, and public health.
You want to move that?
Oh, sorry, I'm not experienced in this. Can I move that amendment, please?
Do we have a second? We have a second. All those in favor of this amendment signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed?
No.
The motion passes.
Mr. Chairman, can I explain my no vote because we went straight to the vote and I wasn't paying attention? So this is, remember, this is a resolution to Congress. So, asking our governor to do something really should be a different procedure. This is a resolution we are sending directly to Congress, and then it has really nothing to do with our governor or our state legislature. It has to do with Congress and the president and the federal administration. So it really doesn't fit there. That's why I voted no. I don't have a problem with us having that conversation, but that's procedurally, and it doesn't fit in this particular piece of legislation.
Okay, thank you, Senator. Yes, Senator Ide.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Those are good thoughts. I kind of had those same thoughts as well. I don't know if the bringer of that amendment after the discussion would maybe agree with that or not. I'd like to hear your opinion of that. Thank you.
Senator Pearson.
Could we ask Mike Schmidt on this?
Yes, I'd like to hear from Mike.
Thank you.
Representative Schmidt as well.
All
Go
right.
ahead. Go ahead, Representative.
Yep, can you hear me okay?
We can.
Yeah, yes, I was the one that brought that and I think after listening to Senator Crago's explanation, I think he's probably right on this. I think we should rethink this amendment. And I guess my opinion is at this point in time is to remove this amendment from this resolution, simply for the fact that I believe Senator Crago's spot on here.
Okay, thank you. Representative Provenza.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, I guess based on that discussion, I would motion that we strike the amendment that just passed, but from Senator Pearson.
Second.
Okay, we have a second. So all those in favor of taking this amendment out signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Motion carried. Go ahead with the next one, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to, what do I say? Introduce, is that what I say? amendment. So I guess now that we've negated the last amendment, that this amendment would then become letter A rather than B. This would be on page 5, line 24 then. Letter A. I've got to make a note. That the Department of Environmental Quality shall report annually to the Joint Agriculture, State and Public Lands and Water Resources Interim Committee on correspondence received or actions taken in response to this resolution until such time as Congress enacts legislation consistent with its intent.
Okay.
Oh, I would like to move that amendment. Thank you.
Okay, do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All those in
Discussion.
favor?
Discussion.
Yeah, discussion, I'm sorry. Yeah, go ahead, Representative Ottman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And just a point of clarification for myself, is this the U.S. Department of Environmental Quality or Wyoming?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes,
it's my understanding it to be the Wyoming Department of Environmental Quality.
okay. That answer your question? Okay,
That's good.
Thank
Mr.
you.
Chairman,
yes.
I have a question. So maybe Anna can answer this question. So given this is a resolution, it's not going into a statute or green books. And we're requiring a report from the Department of Environmental Quality. Yeah, usually when we require report, they're in statute. Is that correct, Ms. Johnson?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Provenza, that is correct. I don't know necessarily that putting it in a resolution would make it enforceable. It would probably have to be it'd probably have to be in a different bill in order to bind DEQ to this.
Okay,
Mr. Chairman,
yes, go ahead.
thank you. Yeah, I think just in terms of statute and what we're doing, I mean, I think if we want a report on this, my follow-up question, I guess, would be, do we ever, when we've sent resolutions before, I believe, are there mandates for reporting, like who has to determine who notifies us when we send a resolution to Congress if they act or not?
Any,
I don't know. I guess my question's to LSO again, like, how does this look like other resolutions then if we include a report on that? Thank you, Ms. Johnson.
okay, Anna?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Provenza, I have never seen a resolution that actually has a reporting requirement in it. A resolution is basically just an ask. It's not necessarily codified law or anything like that. And so I haven't personally seen a reporting requirement in a resolution, and I've seen quite a few of them.
Thank you.
Right.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, I can see both sides of this. I think that, it would be nice for the Wyoming DEQ to follow up and report, at least have somebody paying attention to what's going on with our resolution in Congress. And, I don't know if that's the proper procedure to do that, but it would be nice to have somebody report to us. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Craigle.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We have a bill coming up that actually deals with state agencies versus federal agencies. And I think if we want to talk about it then, that'd be the proper mechanism to actually do this, because this suffers from the same issue as the last amendment. A resolution is us drafting essentially a letter to Congress asking them to do something. This has nothing to do with that, and it's not enforceable, right? So the letter goes to Congress, the resolution goes to Congress and says, hey, we're asking you to do this. This is better suited, just like the last amendment, in the green books. If we're going to do this, then let's put it somewhere else where it's enforceable. Otherwise, we're just taking an action that we as the legislature can't enforce. And so I just suggest we defeat the motion and put it in one of the follow-up bills that are coming, if that's what we decide to do as a committee.
Okay, thank you. I guess we've got all the, is there any more discussion? Okay, all those in favor of this amendment signify by saying aye. All those opposed?
No.
No.
Okay. The amendment has been defeated. We'll move on to the next item.
Guess we'll vote on the bill. We'll vote on the resolution now when we're done with the amendments.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Sorry, I guess, I'm not sure why I'm up here, but
You're doing good, John.
I guess we'll need to vote on the total resolution now. So all those in favor, I guess, do we have?
Got some question right here.
Yeah. Okay, Senator Love.
Mr. Chairman, through you, is there any way we could have the bill read in its entirety with the approved amendments so that we know exactly what we're voting on and make sure that LSO has everything recorded?
That might be wise. Honor, what do you think?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Love, there was only one amendment that was adopted. It was the first one on page 2, line 15, and I'll read that amendment to you now. It was added from the staff comment that's on page 2, well, yeah, on page 2 and 3. And so all you did to this bill was add, whereas it is the duty of the state government to safeguard public health, defend private property, protect agricultural integrity, and assert state sovereignty over activities conducted within its borders and above its skies. And the 10th Amendment to the United States Constitution confirms that powers not delegated to the federal government remain reserved to the states and the people. And so that would replace page 2, lines 15 through 19, but that was the only change made to the bill.
Okay, so I guess we, yeah. Yes, Representative Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to make an amendment, if that'd be all right with you.
Okay, go ahead.
I would move an amendment on page 1, line 10, to delete cloud seeding out of this, since it'll be addressed later in other bills. And I'd look for a second.
Okay. Yes, Anna?
And I just need clarification. Do you want to remove cloud seeding throughout the bill?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. We have a motion on the floor for a new amendment and yes, Senator Craigo.
I guess I would also propose a friendly amendment, and this is conceptual because I don't know exactly where all the language would go, but there's other language besides cloud seeding within the bill draft that would apply specifically to cloud seeding. And I think weather modification in and of itself, that terminology could apply to cloud seeding. So I think we just need to put in a clear exemption that we're not asking, or we're asking for, we're not asking Congress to ban cloud seeding. We're talking about geoengineering, not cloud seeding. And so that would be a friendly amendment I would propose to the amendment proposed by Representative Davis.
Yes, Representative Ottman.
I don't know if this is the appropriate time, Mr. Chairman, but I think that the addition of weather modification, assuming that it's the same as cloud seeding, I would not be supportive of that move. Cloud seeding, I would. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, if I can get a second, I'll explain what I'm talking about in better detail.
I'll
second.
So, Mr. Chairman, I'm just trying to get to the point of just taking the words cloud seeding out of the proposed resolution does not protect cloud seeding if the resolution goes on to Congress and assuming they act on it. If we as a body want to protect cloud seeding in Wyoming, then I think we need to explicitly say that within this resolution, that we're not intending for this resolution to apply to cloud seeding. It can be as simple as that, but that's the proposed amendment.
Okay, Senator Ide.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, yeah, I'm getting kind of confused here a little bit because I'm confused, number one, that cloud seeding is not weather modification or geoengineering, atmospheric geoengineering, and it's hard to discern the difference of the two in a lot of the testimony. So I guess right now I'm against taking that out of this motion, with this motion. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes,
Representative Schmid online has his hand raised to
okay.
speak.
Yes, Representative Schmid, go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would agree with Senator Ide. The whole idea behind all of this legislation and in this resolution is really to attack and try to control and eliminate weather modification over our state. So I would be against any reference to remove cloud seeding from this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we have a motion on the floor to eliminate cloud seeding. And so all those in favor of that?
Mr. Chairman, there's actually two motions, and so we have to vote on the amendment to the amendment first. So
Okay.
my amendment has to get voted on first, and then we can vote on Representative Davis's amendment.
Okay. So all those in favor of Senator Crago's amendment to remove cloud seeding, the term cloud seeding from this resolution, signify by saying aye.
Mr. Chairman.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman.
And opposed?
No.
No.
Mr. Chairman, I think what we need to do is vote on the exemption, taking cloud seeding out of the bill first that Senator Crago proposed, and then vote on deleting cloud seeding out of the bill.
Mr. Chairman?
Go ahead.
Anna, would you say that one more time? Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, first we have to vote on Senator Crago's motion that would clearly exempt cloud seeding from the bill. And then we have to vote on taking the words cloud seeding, taking all references to cloud seeding out of the bill second.
Okay.
Yeah.
Representative Schmidt, is that clear to you?
No.
Go ahead. Representative Schmidt. I can't hear you.
Yes, I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman. It is clear to me. Thank you.
So, according to our, yes, Senator Pearson?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So it's not clear to me because it was my understanding that Representative Davis wanted to delete cloud seeding out of the wording and that Senator Crago also wanted to do something with the wording of weather modification. Is that right or no?
Yes, Senator Crago?
Mr. Chairman, I do not want to touch the words weather modification, period. What I'm trying to do is point out that if just taking the words cloud seeding out of the bill does not accomplish the goal that Representative Davis is trying to get to, which is we don't want to really address cloud seeding at all in here. So if all I was wanting to do was make an affirmative statement within the resolution that said, we are not talking about cloud seeding here. We're talking about geoengineering and weather modification. Now, there is lots of discussion about, and rightfully so, Representative Schmidt points out, he wants us to address cloud seeding within the resolution. I respect that. I just do not. I think I'm trying to keep it focused on something outside of cloud seeding, everything outside of cloud seeding. And I believe that's what Representative Davis was trying to do as well. I'm just trying to make it clear, because if we send a resolution on that says, you know, we want you to do something about weather modification, but don't make it clear that Wyoming still supports cloud seeding, then we're crossing our, you know, we're not doing our job. We're not dotting our I's, crossing our T's, I guess is the best way of putting it. So I'm not trying to change the word or take out wording regarding weather modification. I just want to make it clear that some of us, and we may lose the vote, but some of us still support the idea of cloud seeding and don't want it banned outright. There's times when it might be useful for people in Wyoming.
Okay, Ms. Johnson, do you have it clear in your mind where we're at?
I do. And if you want me to state the amendment, I can.
You what?
If you'd like me to state the first amendment, I can do that too.
Yes, would you please?
So basically, what Senator Crago's proposing is making a clear exemption for cloud seeding within the bill. And it would be a conceptual amendment for me to come up with the wording that does that, but that's his motion.
Okay. Senator Ide?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, yeah, sorry to belabor this thing, but I want to get it right here. If we do, and this maybe isn't directly to Senator Crago's amendment, but in this instance, we would be sending a resolution to, you know, Congress that we don't want the federal government to do cloud seeding in Wyoming either. And that's kind of where I'm going with this too. We could vote it down in Wyoming, but this would help. You know, if Wyoming voted no against cloud seeding forevermore, Washington could potentially come in and do it themselves, and I want to avoid that as well. So I think if I understand it right, I should be no on both amendments that are proposed. That's where I'm kind of going with it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you. I think to Senator Ide's point, the language then that would go to Congress would be, it would be removing the cloud seeding, saying that we're against this the different types of geoengineering and atmospheric engineering. And so that's a policy decision that you can make amongst yourselves, obviously. What I just want to point to, and I think is at this point maybe hasn't been made, but some of the concerns that people have brought to us have been that we're in these interstate compacts with these other states regarding water. When we send a resolution to Congress saying that we want them to ban cloud seeding, we're effectively asking them to ban cloud seeding federally. I don't think that that is going to go well with our interstate compact. So I think passing this with the cloud seeding in it hurts our negotiating power when we are actively lobbying Congress to tell the other states that are surrounding us that they want to do cloud seeding for the purposes of the Colorado River Compact, the other issues. We are going on attack mode to the states that we're trying to negotiate with. And so I think it would be a good move for the state of Wyoming if we remove that language and in our negotiating power. So that's why I will be supporting this amendment. Thank you.
Representative Provenza, are you supporting the Senator Crago's amendment?
Mr. Chairman, I support removing the concern of cloud seeding from this resolution, telling Congress to ban cloud seeding for all states. Yes.
Okay, thank you. Yes, Representative Johnson?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think 3 words on line 3, state of Wyoming, clearly states that the state of Wyoming does not want this in the state of Wyoming. The other states can do whatever they want, is my understanding. So thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, go ahead.
This is a clarification. Congress doesn't pass laws that just impact Wyoming. Congress passes laws for the United States of America. If we want to ban cloud seeding for Wyoming, we want to defund cloud seeding, then there are things that we can do on a state level. And I think that you have opportunities later today. You're asking Congress to ban something that will impact the rest of the states because Congress doesn't write a bill that just impacts the state of Wyoming. They impact bills that impact the state, the United States of America, of which we are still a part of.
Okay,
Mr.
thank you.
Chairman.
Representative Ottman?
Yeah, and not to belabor this, but just going along with what Representative Provenza is saying, we are, okay, as I look at this, a joint resolution requesting Congress prohibit unauthorized atmospheric geoengineering and weather modification in the state of Wyoming. If it's authorized, it's authorized. If it isn't, then it isn't, and we're just putting forth our state sovereignty. But this is just saying that if it's not authorized here, if we don't vote to have it, then we prefer that the federal government doesn't overextend their reach into our state, is the way I read it.
Representative Schmidt, is that the way you understand it? Representative?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir, it is.
Okay, thank you. So, now let's vote on the, okay, Senator Love.
Through you, Chairman, I just trying to catch up here. I want to think that this last session that we passed a bill that included funding for cloud seeding in Wyoming to the tune of almost $600,000. And now we're going to signal that we don't want cloud seeding in Wyoming.
Senator Hyde.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think the others in here, Senator Crago probably remembers, I think we defunded cloud seeding. Yes, we did. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So, I guess time to vote.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, go ahead.
I just want to talk to Senator Love's comment. What we did last session was we tried to eliminate cloud seeding altogether in Wyoming. We were only successful in eliminating the aerial application of cloud seeding. The ground-based application is still ongoing in Wyoming, and that's the dollar amount that you're talking about. That's what that applies to.
Okay, thank you. So, Senator Davis, or Representative Davis.
Mr. Chairman, I believe what we did was prevent Wyoming from participating in the cloud seeding program. And that was all we did, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, Senator Hyde.
Yeah, I think that's correct. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. But we didn't allow any funding. I'm pretty sure that we cut all of the funding for cloud seeding. I'd have to look that up, but I remember it got brought back up a couple times. Maybe Senator Crago can fill us in a little further. Thank you.
Senator Crago.
I'll defer to Mr. Mead. He'll
Okay.
fill us in, but that is correct. It had to do with funding, it did not kill the program per se. There are other participants.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I would agree with Senator Crago.
Would you state your name and for
I
the record?
apologize. Jason Mead, Director of the Wyoming Water Development Office. Last session, there was initially funding associated with that. The funding was stripped out. I would agree that the aerial cloud seeding in the Medbo Range and the Sierra Madres was removed completely. The Wind River Range or the ground-based seeding, both in the Wind River Range and a little bit in the Sierra Madres, was kept, but the funding for that was stripped out. So if the Water Development Office could find funding from other states to complete that, we were allowed to continue forward with that.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mead. Are we ready to vote? Yeah, so Anna, could you state what we're voting on again?
So first you have to vote on Senator Crago's amendment, creating an exemption for cloud seeding in the draft. So vote on that first.
Okay, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
No.
That's a stalemate. Yeah, all those in favor, raise their hand, please, so we can count them. That's 4. Against, or okay,
1, 2, 3, 4.
is that 4 against?
6, 4, 5 against.
Okay,
Does the chairman not vote?
so that passes.
And then, Mr. Chairman, you have to vote on deleting the words cloud seeding from the bill.
Okay. All those in favor of that amendment signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
No.
Okay, we better do it by hand, show of hands. All in favors, raise your hand.
What are we voting on? The clouds. Just the cloud seeding.
Opposed? Signify by raising your hand.
This is, Mr. Chairman, could we start over on this again here? So what we're voting for right now is to remove cloud seeding from this bill. And correct me if I'm wrong. So an aye vote is you agree to remove cloud seeding from this bill, and a no vote is to leave it in. Is that correct, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, according to the LSO.
Could we start this over again, just so an aye vote is you agree with the amendment and you want to take cloud seeding out? Thank you.
Okay, all those in favor, raise your right hand. Senator Love, you have a question?
So procedurally, we discussed and passed the First Amendment, but we have not discussed this amendment yet.
Okay. All right, well, let's discuss it then. Would you like to have something to say about it?
Mr. Chairman, through you, in creating the exemption with the last amendment, leaving cloud seeding in the language in here, we're contradicting ourselves when we send this resolution.
Okay, any more comments?
Yeah.
Senator Greco?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So my amendment was an amendment to the amendment. And so it was a friendly amendment. So for my amendment to have any effect, we have to pass this amendment. If this amendment fails, then it's all gone and cloud seeding's in the resolution and we're sending it to Congress as is.
That's what I thought. I'm glad you brought it up. It was an amendment.
Yeah, Senator Pearson?
I just have a question. In that last vote, you said it was 6-5, but there's 12 of us, so how does that work?
Senator Pearson, Chairman Winter, Chairman, I don't think you voted on the last.
I'm sorry.
So
I apologize. Did
So
all
if
the
you
ones
want-
on Zoom vote?
yes, they did. So if you want to indicate your vote, then we can add that.
Okay. I vote aye.
Okay, so then it would be 7-5. So the amendment passes.
Okay. So
So now we're on this. Now we're on the main amendment right now.
okay. Does everybody know where we're at on this? On the main amendment. All those in favor, raise their hand.
No.
Senator Ide.
Yeah, just make clear, an aye vote is to remove cloud seeding from this amendment, from this resolution. So an aye vote is to remove cloud seeding from the amendment, and no vote is to leave it in. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you. So we should try this again. All those in favor, raise their right hand. Opposed?
Chairman Winter, that was 8 ayes, so that passes.
Okay, motion passed. So we're going to go now on to,
Mr. Chairman, we need to do roll call on this bill.
okay.
Mr. Chairman, this is a roll call vote on 26 LSO 0208 prohibiting unauthorized atmospheric geoengineering. Senator Crago. Senator Love. Senator McEwen is excused. Senator Pearson.
Aye.
Representative Banks.
Aye.
Representative Davis.
Aye.
Representative Eklund is excused. Representative Johnson.
Aye.
Representative Ottman.
Aye.
Representative Provenza.
No.
Representative Schmid.
Aye.
Representative Schrock.
Aye.
Co-Chairman Ide.
No.
Chairman Winter.
Aye.
10 aye, 2 no, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, that passes. So we'll go to the next bill, I guess, which would be what? Wait a minute. Yes, 26 LSO 0210 cloud seeding moratorium.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. We have 26 LSO 210, which is the cloud seeding moratorium. And so this bill draft creates the Wyoming Cloud Seeding Moratorium and Baseline Act. Beginning on page 2, we have a number of legislative findings. And then the new Wyoming Statute 3511-2203 created by this act, and beginning on page 3, prohibits cloud seeding or weather modification operations in Wyoming for a period of 10 consecutive water years, beginning October 1st, 2026. And so the staff comment basically just indicates that the original language of the draft wanted the moratorium to start on July 1st, but water years generally occur between October 1st and September 30th. And so the date in that subsection is just written to reflect that. And then looking at B on page 4, it directs the Department of Environmental Quality to collect and evaluate baseline data on precipitation and snowwater equivalents, stream flow and reservoir inflows, geographic distribution of precipitation across seeded basins in neighboring western states and unseeded basins, and then impacts on agriculture, municipalities, tribal lands, and downstream water obligations. The new Wyoming Statute 3511-2204 directs DEQ with the help of independent experts to complete a study of cloud seeding impacts compared to baseline conditions. And the study is supposed to commence not later than October 1st, 2026. Subsection B on page 5 requires DEQ to provide a preliminary report on the study to Joint Agriculture not later than October 1st, 2028. And then C requires that a final report on the study, including recommendations on whether Wyoming should reinstate, modify, or terminate cloud seeding and weather modification programs, be submitted to Joint Agriculture not later than December 1st, 2035. The staff comment on the top of page 6 suggests that the committee may wish to provide an appropriation to DEQ to conduct the study, and I would defer to them on numbers for that. And then Wyoming Statute 3511-2205 on page 6 provides a criminal penalty for any person conducting cloud seeding or weather modification without authorization during the moratorium period. It also states that each day of an authorized activity prohibited by the act constitutes a separate criminal offense. And then section 2, beginning on page 6, contains conforming amendments, and section 3 on page 8 provides an effective date, and I can answer any questions.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, Senator Ide.
while I have you up there on it, I think I confused myself on the last vote, just if you can, the last vote was for the full bill, and I was still on the Davis amendment, I think. So if it's appropriate to change my vote on that last bill to an aye. that would-
I think that's fine.
Is that legit? Can you do that?
I don't think I've ever had anybody ask to change their vote in quite that manner. I think it's okay. I mean, the bill passes either way. I think it's fine, but
Yeah.
as long as you're indicating what you're doing and the public understands and the committee understands, I think that's probably
Yeah,
fine.
just for the record, thanks.
Well, as confusing as this whole thing has been, why, I think it's appropriate. Okay. Senator Pearson.
Thank you, Chairman. Anna, I'm wondering the same thing. I don't even know what on the last vote mine was recorded as, because I was getting confused between the two things. So I think the understanding was that if the first bill passed and we said no on this, or the First Amendment passed and we said no on the Second Amendment, then it was contradicting the intent of the other amendment, right? And so I don't know. I don't even know how I voted, but I feel the same way as Senator Ide. So anyway, I just wanted to tell you that. Thank you.
Chairman Winters, Senator Pearson, you did vote aye on the entire bill, on the resolution. Was that your intention?
Yes, on that. I'm saying on that Second Amendment before we voted on the bill. So thank you.
Chairman Winter, Senator Pearson. So the second amendment, which was the Davis Amendment that removed cloud seeding from the bill, that would remove cloud seeding entirely from the resolution. And I believe you voted no on that, if I recall correctly. Because you want cloud seeding to remain in the resolution, I'm assuming.
Thank you. That whole thing had me confused. So thank you.
Okay, Senator Pearson, would you like to move this next bill and start the amendments?
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
I think the process would be that we can ask Ms. Johnson questions and public comment on the bill.
Okay. Does anyone have questions for Ms. Johnson?
I have a question, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. Ms. Johnson, I'm looking at, so on page 4, there's a moratorium period. The Department of Environmental Quality, in consultation with the state engineer, shall collect and evaluate baseline data. And then there's a separate reporting requirement in a later statute in 2204. And this is where the Department of Environmental Quality may contract with independent experts to conduct independent study of cloud seeding impacts compared to baseline. I feel like there's 2 different requirements for studies in different places and they sound different to me. Can you walk me through if that's out of line or if that makes sense?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Provenza, I think it would make sense to include this all in one reporting requirement. However, the one in B on page 4 is basically just setting baseline data regarding snowpack equivalents and what have you in Wyoming. But I honestly think combining the 2 would probably work just fine if that's what you wish to, if you wanted to move an amendment to that effect.
Representative Provenza?
Thanks. Yeah, I guess that answers my question. I just am not, it seemed interesting to me. So I didn't know why, if there was a specific reason for the 2202 and then the 2204, but it sounds like there is.
So you're satisfied with the report? Representative Provenza?
I was just asking a question, Mr. Chairman. I don't think I am going to propose an amendment. I mean, we haven't heard, I'd like to hear what the public has to say regarding the bill. So I was pointing that out and asking a question is all I was doing, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you. So do we need to,
Public comments.
okay, we can have public comment now. Go ahead and come up, state your name and who you represent.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm Todd Parfit. I'm the Director of the Department of Environmental Quality. And I'd like to first just state that the draft bill appears to relate to water quantity rather than water quality. The State Engineer's Office is the agency with authority over the regulation and management of water quantity, while DEQ's mandate is the protection of water quality. Additionally, the Water Development Office is the state agency with the duty and authority to conduct studies with regard to Wyoming's water. The Water Development Office also has historical expertise and experience with regard to cloud seeding. Therefore, we suggest that the DEQ be replaced with the Water Development Office reference, and that any study be done in consultation with the State Engineer's Office and also with DEQ to the extent that that's appropriate. Now, if the committee were to agree with this recommendation, the reference to 3511, 2201 through 2205 would need to be changed and probably reference Wyoming Statute 91910 through 914. And I'll just wrap up by saying that the DEQ, the State Engineer's Office, and the Water Development Office have coordinated with regard to this draft legislation and agree that the Water Development Office is the appropriate agency to oversee the proposed study.
Okay, thank you. Any questions? Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, Jason Mead with the Wyoming Water Development Office. I'm the director. While I fully support what Director Parfit said, I do also understand and appreciate the committee's desire for an independent study as suggested in the language. While I'm 100% confident that our office could be impartial and objective, I don't want the perception of bias since we have been involved in the contracting of operations of cloud seeding. So I would make another suggestion for the committee's consideration, and that would be actually having the University of Wyoming carry out this study. We'd be happy to support in any way the committee would feel appropriate. One thought with that would be, and then they would contract with the independent experts, or we can somehow contract with them if they don't want to do the contracting. But I guess maybe in regards to the study itself, I think an initial thought from the Department of Atmospheric Science, they've been an advisor to the Water Development Office throughout the cloud seeding program. They've got the experts needed that are knowledgeable about this topic. So I would suggest your consideration of the UW taking the lead on this, but also for UW and potentially the Atmospheric Science Department to consider what the scope of work would look like to get to the answers that or the answers to the questions that the committee is trying to address. To do that, I think there would probably need to be a small appropriation to get that started for the professors and department at UW to look at that, brainstorm about it, understand what would be the best to answer those questions, bring that back, that scope of work or that design of a study back to the committee to make sure that the committee is on board with what's being proposed, because we don't want to spend resources if it's not going to answer the questions the committee wants to answer. At that point, if the committee was on board with that particular scope of work, then we would, or I should say the University of Wyoming would put that out to independent experts to propose on that scope of work, get proposals back as well as cost estimates. Then those, the chosen independent expert, we could bring that back, that cost estimate back to the body for a second appropriation to actually complete the work. So that's one suggestion I would make to the committee. And then I've got a few comments about the bill itself, just with some ambiguity and maybe some clarifications that may be needed to help understand what you want to accomplish in the study.
Yes, Senator Hyde.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Mead, thanks for your testimony. Yeah, I'm struggling with, the old phrase of it's not who votes that matters, it's who counts the votes that matters. And who picks these independent experts? We have to be careful with that. I mean, everybody's got an ideological bent or, it's just human nature. And it depends on where your bread's getting buttered as well, too. So I don't know what the answer is, but picking the independent experts should be well thought out, put it that way. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Would you like to respond to that?
Mr. Chairman, our office is very familiar with going through what we would call consultant selection. We do a lot of planning studies through our department and put together teams of a selection team, essentially. And that selection team in most of our projects are related to a sponsor's desire to look for additional water. So those teams are typically made up of our project managers, a couple of project managers within our office, folks representing the sponsor themselves, a couple of our water development commissioners, and then if there's other expertise needed, from the state engineer's office or something like that, we'll bring in an independent expert to sit on that panel as well. So that's just one idea of how to tackle it, if we want to include others in that selection process.
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for that answer, Mr. Mead. And I didn't want to insinuate at all. I mean, you guys are fair and you try to be unbiased, and I get that. We try to up here as well too, but there's always influences that we want to be aware of those dangers. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I have a question.
Yes, Senator or Representative Provenza.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And my question's for Director Profit from DEQ. So do you currently do like soil samples in Wyoming and just determine the health of our soil based on some of the testimony we heard earlier with the previous bill?
Go ahead.
So, Mr. Chairman, Representative Provenza, we do soil sampling, but not related to this particular topic. We have water quality data, but in response directly to what you're asking, have we done soil samples as an agency? I don't believe that we have.
Okay. Does that satisfy you, Representative?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, I mean, it makes sense that DEQ would be doing soil samples on maybe where they have specific concerns. I was looking for if we have any reason to believe that we are having mass poisonings of the people of Wyoming through chemtrails.
Okay, thank you. Do we have any more testimony?
Mr. Chairman, I think you have some questions from your committee, but I can sure jump in when I need to.
Okay, go ahead. Representative Ottman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Mead, it's good to see you. What I'm wondering is on the research that would be done in a committee that is made. We've heard testimony today that there's papers being written and information found that isn't normally seen in the public eye. So what I'm wondering is there a way that people could apply to your office or to UW or to whomever to say, I have this background, I have information about this, would you please consider, or would you consider the information that I have to offer as well, rather than just the information and the government agencies that we normally get?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Ottman, this might tie into maybe some of the ambiguity I want to ask about. I think the number one goal is we want a study to be scientifically credible so the results are reliable and acceptable, not only to the public, but the scientific community. The way I understand the bill, just looking at some of the language on page 3, we are talking about measurable net benefits. So it gets into Director Parfit's comment about this is looking at, it seems to be looking at quantity, not quality. So then on page 4, line 7, it talks about DEQ shall collect and evaluate baseline data on the following. So the first question would be, what do we mean by evaluate? What kind of evaluation? Is this statistical comparisons or what of this data that's being listed? Another example is Romanet, or it's under 3I, that'd be line 14 on page 4, to look at geographical distribution of precipitation across seeded basins in neighboring western states and unseeded basins. So trying to understand what's the geographic extent of the study. Is it all the areas in the state of Wyoming? Which neighboring states do we want to be looking at that might be cloud seeding or not cloud seeding? Another question on line 18 of that same page under 4, impacts to agriculture, municipalities, tribal lands, and downstream water obligations. What do we mean by impacts? Are we talking about years we were, maybe agriculture was in regulation? Are we looking at stream flow differences? So there's a lot of questions, I guess, in regards to how we develop the study, or whoever would need to develop the study, of what we're actually trying to accomplish. And I think associated with that are maybe the variabilities that we see in Mother Nature from year to year and precip years from year to year. So I would like maybe to pass it off to Jeff for just a second, Jeff French with the Department of Atmospheric Research, just to talk about the complexity of trying to get at a study that would answer your questions.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
if I may, Jeff French, Professor Atmospheric Science at the University of Wyoming. So having read through this bill several times and trying to understand its intent and what it can provide, and I just wanted to make a few comments on that. So as Mr. Mead said, the intent of the bill seems to be a moratorium on cloud seeding to provide a period of time in which a set of baseline measurements can be made or established and reviewed as a way to assess the potential benefit from cloud seeding. And I worry that the premise for this moratorium is not scientifically sound. 10 years of measurements in which no cloud seeding takes place in Wyoming is not going to provide the useful measurements to assess the effectiveness of cloud seeding in the state of Wyoming. I just quickly had one of the researchers in our department pull up some data from 3 mountain ranges across Wyoming: the Medbows, the Bighorns, and the Wind Rivers, and look at the annual amount of precipitation. Now, this isn't snowfall, this is precipitation, but snowfall tends to follow that roughly in these mountainous regions. So they looked at, or we pulled up data from 30 years and then broke it into decadal chunks. So 1991 through 2000, 2001 through 2010, and 2011 through 2020, I guess. Across these mountain ranges, annual variation. The amount of variation that you see from year to year in the precipitation amount on an annual basis is about 15 to 20%. And right, that's shouldn't be a surprise to us. We see quite a bit of variation year to year, how much precipitation we get in the mountains. Right, if we break it into 10-year chunks, we have a variation across these mountain ranges about anywhere between 3 and 8%. And that means that's a standard deviation. So that means that roughly 65%, or let's say 6 to 7 years, the variation is going to be plus or minus 3 to 8% of the mean. And then the other 3 to 4 years, it's going to be larger than that. Or excuse me, when we look, this is decadal variation. So if you were to extend this out, roughly 2/3 of the decades, your variation would be plus or minus 3 to 8%, and a third of or 95% of the decades, your variation would be twice that. Could be twice that amount. 2 standard deviations. So what this means is that for any given 10-year period, for the variation across a 10-year period, for it to have a statistically significant result, the variation would have to be larger than about 6 to 15% to see any significant difference, departure from what you expect in terms of natural variability. You're not going to be able to pick up a different signal from cloud seeding, because the best estimates of cloud seeding are that we are in that range in terms of precipitation enhancement on the order of 5 to 15%. And so it could equally, let me finish my thought, and I will get to you. So if you see a variation that's on the order of 5 to 15%, it could be equally as probable that that variation is natural versus that variation is the result of seeding. So by not seeding and collecting data over 10 years, you're not going to get any closer to the answer on the effectiveness of cloud seeding. And I'll stop there for a second because I know you have a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. French, thank you. What I'm wondering is, in your expertise, it has been kind of my experience to see that weather kind of is cyclical, like 50 years, 100-year patterns and stuff. And I think due to how we have started to collect it, where it's not just at a post office or a store or something like that, or somebody's fence post, that it's actually being taken. Do you have any patterns to show of, because what I'm understanding is that scientifically, this is all an experiment. We're trying to see how good we can get or what we can do, because if we've been doing this 60 or 70 years, and really a bit more the last 30, as you said, we don't have much of a baseline. So is that where we're at? We're at the Wyoming experimental stage of cloud seeding.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Ottman, I do think we have to be a little bit careful when we say, that seeding has been going on in Wyoming for 50 or 60 years. I think there are certainly different mountainous regions where seeding has been going on longer than others. The Wind Rivers, for example, I know have seeding programs that date back to the 90s at least, and maybe even before. So the Wind Rivers are a great example where seeding has been occurring for long periods of time. The Medicine Bow Mountains, on the other hand, had no seeding that I've been aware of throughout the 1990s, and seeding begun in the Medicine Bow Mountains in the mid 2000s. during the Wyoming Weather Modification Pilot Project and have continued to this day. So it's been going on for about 15 years. If we look at a third mountain range, the Bighorns, I'm unaware, and I very well could be wrong about this, but I'm unaware of any seeding programs that have been done in the Bighorn Mountains in the last 30 years. So it varies quite a bit across the state. One of the points that I'm trying to make with my testimony or what I'm saying today is I don't think that the most effective, that the best way to get at the question of how much benefit can we get from cloud seeding is to ban cloud seeding and just make measurements. Because as you say, things change. So the numbers that I provided before in terms of variability, that assumes that nothing is changing also with time. But we all know that things are changing with time. We all see less snowpack in our mountains. We certainly see years in which the snow comes later. For crying out loud, we had our first snowfall in Laramie last night. This is the first time that I can remember that our last snowfall came at the end of October. And we're seeing these changes, and that makes it even harder to establish a baseline and try to compare something that's happening now or over the next 10 years with something that happened 10 years ago or 20 years ago or is going to happen 30 years from now. So I would think if we really want to get to the answer of what can be the net benefits of cloud seeding, I hate to say this because it is self-serving. I'm a researcher, but doing research, doing focused scientific studies and making the connection, the physical connection between I am putting silver iodide into this cloud and I am physically observing how this cloud evolves and what falls out of the cloud is a much better and more scientifically sound approach than just saying, we're going to make measurements for 10 years with no cloud seeding, and we're going to somehow tease the statistics out, when I don't think the statistics would really bear that out. So that's the main point. And adding to this just a little bit more, Mr. Mead talked about these three measurements, I believe, that were listed out on page 4, precipitation and SWE, stream flow, and geographic distribution of precipitation. We make these measurements all the time. These measurements are being made by agencies within the state of Wyoming. They're being made by the USDA throughout mountain regions in the state, and they're all publicly available. They're online. They are provided through the water resources data system that is supported by the or by the Wyoming Water Development Office and is housed within the Department of Atmospheric Sciences. But if I am to go out and be tasked with or try to develop a statement of work for an agency to use these measurements over a period of 10 years plus the measurements from past years and either be tasked with or ask someone to use those measurements and determine whether cloud seeding is effective in providing a net benefit to the state of Wyoming, I wouldn't know what to do with it. I really wouldn't. And that concerns me. It concerns me because if we put a moratorium on cloud seeding and think that in 10 years we're going to have the answer, I don't think that's right. I just don't think that's right scientifically.
Anybody? Yes, Representative Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Dr. French, for showing up. I really appreciate your insight into this. In our our Casper meeting, you said that you came to the realization after Snowy and that to do a straight statistical analysis on cloud seeding is unlikely to ever show results. Now, I'm going to throw this in there. If we have a 10-year moratorium in Wyoming and Utah does not, and they continue cloud seeding, wouldn't there be a statistical difference between the amount of snow that drops in Utah and a drop in the snow in Wyoming? And I'm saying that if they take out more snow than with cloud seeding, there should be a greater difference of less snow in Wyoming. I'm just saying that that's a kind of a placebo that we could use for scientific investigation. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Johnson. So that's based on a premise that there's a strong one-to-one correlation between the snowfall in Utah and the snowfall in Wyoming, which is not established. There's lots of things that can affect where the snow gets distributed on any given year, storm tracks, variation in where the moisture is coming into the system, things like that. That's also making the assumption, right, that by the way, has not been proven and has not been shown, and I don't think is scientifically sound, that cloud seeding, and it's stated in this bill, in fact, on page 2, sub-item III, that evidence suggests that cloud seeding may redistribute precipitation rather than increase total regional water supply. And I'm not aware of any studies that suggest that cloud seeding will take and simply redistribute the precipitation into one area and remove it from another. All of the studies that I've been involved with have been involved in, and particularly Snowy, that's the one that I'm certainly most familiar with, suggest that in the cases where we see a positive net increase in precipitation in the mountain regions, the effects outside of those regions downstream, at least to the extent that they've been looked at and studied, show little or no what we call extra aerial effects. Now, it is recognized that that more work needs to be done, but the further you get away from it, the harder it is to draw the connections between cloud seeding and impact as you get further downstream. The uncertainty bars get larger and larger and larger. And I know, right, it's a frustrating problem because the uncertainty is already large. But then when we start talking about what's going to happen 100 miles, 200 miles, or seeding that is occurring in Idaho and Utah, what's going to happen downstream in Wyoming, the uncertainty is huge there. Okay. And I don't mean to say that it could be this huge net effect or this huge positive effect. I'm just saying it's really hard to make it at all, because the expectation is, and at least the data and the modeling that we've done to this point suggests that if there is an impact, it's going to be really small the further you get downstream. It's kind of like this diminishing impact as you get smaller and smaller. So when I say that there's a large uncertainty, it's a large uncertainty because the impact is so small, right? You can be off by just a little, and relatively, in a percentage standpoint, you're off by a lot. Does that make sense?
Representative Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Dr. French.
Yeah.
I'm just saying that we have 100 years of records, the snowfall in Utah versus the snowfall in Wyoming.
Mm-hmm.
So that wouldn't there be a direct correlation if Utah uses cloud seeding and they get significantly or a little bit more, 3, 5, 7% more snow compared to Wyoming's? I mean, it wouldn't matter the mountain range or where it's at. There should be a statistical difference in my, I'm not a scientist, but I just think that way.
Yeah, and I think if you collected enough data, maybe 100 years of data where they're doing cloud seeding in Utah and no cloud seeding in Wyoming, maybe you'd be able to tease out the statistics out of that. The comment that I made back in August was particularly, directed towards that. These statistics are challenging because of the amount of variability. And yes, I agree. There is a correlation between the amount of snowfall in Wyoming and Utah. But to get really good correlations require a lot of data. So first you have to establish that data of what that correlation looks like in a system that are the exact same, right? No seeding going on. And then you have to utilize the same amount of data to look at how the statistics work out when you are doing seeding in one of those areas and not seeding in another. And my statement is simply that 10 years of that is not going to provide you enough information to be able to get robust statistics out of that, which is why I would advocate for really seeing this. You really need to make the physical connection of what's going on in cloud seeding as well.
Senator Pearson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I think, in my opinion, I think that the problem, at least on my side, is that we're throwing a bunch of money at something that may or may not be working. So in the August meeting, and I'm just asking you if this is correct, there was a statement made that said that the liquid with this cloud seeding, with the silver iodide, that the liquid evaporates in this process. And what I'm wondering is, how does this create moisture when the snow melts if the liquid has already evaporated? Another question is, there was a statement made that it's not conclusive. There was another statement made that said in 6 seasons, there's insufficient evidence. There was another statement made in 1,000 cases that it would take 1,000 cases or 50 to 60 years of data to get a conclusive result. And so that's where I'm at. I also have a question. So, and maybe our conservation district representative is still here? No? Anyway, so I've spoken to one conservation district over in my area, and they swear by the propane-based units. They said that they don't use any silver iodide, it's just propane, and it's based on the humidity in the air, and they think that it works great. Or, of course, they have no data to say what percentage or anything, but so I'm just wondering if, maybe that's another option rather than using the silver iodide that is maybe mixing with other chemicals in the air and causing harm to waterways and fish and all of these things. And so, but I do think we need to get to a baseline, because there really isn't any data, according to the August meeting, that shows that it's actually working and that we aren't just throwing money at something hoping that it works. And so I think that that's the reason behind this bill, is just to get back to a baseline and be able to figure out what we're doing here and what we're throwing money at, if that makes sense. And so those are just a few things that I went back and listened to that meeting that stuck out to me. And I wanted to ask your opinion on the ground-based propane units versus using the silver iodide. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Pearson. So I'll come back to the propane seeding in a second, because I want to make a very clear distinction of how that works. But I don't think you and I are too far off on this, right? I also want to know if it works, and when I say if it works, right? All of my scientific questions are revolved around how much more precipitation or snowfall can we produce? What are the environmental conditions in which cloud seeding might be the most effective? I mean, we know that there are certain clouds that we seed, no matter what the heck we do to them, it's not going to produce any more precipitation. You know, and this is on the cold end of the scale, and this is on the warm end of the scale. And so we want to know what these conditions are, so that we can, if we are doing cloud seeding, we can do it effectively and not just throw silver iodide into every time a cloud floats by in the atmosphere. And B, be able to say with some level of certainty. My concern about this bill is I don't think the moratorium and setting up the baseline measurements will get us anywhere closer to answering that question. Okay, so that's my first comment. To the question about seeding with liquid propane. So seeding with liquid propane is a very different process in terms of what's happening in the cloud. So when you let liquid propane escape from a bottle, just like if you let any compressed gas escape from a bottle, it drops the temperature very rapidly. There's nothing special really about propane, except it's in liquid form. So when it escapes, it comes out very cold. If you happen to do this in a cloud, physically in a cloud, okay, that cold temperature that's escaping the bottle will interact with some of those liquid droplets that are in that cloud, and those liquid droplets will freeze and become ice crystals. Then those ice crystals can grow. Okay. The challenge with liquid propane seeding is it can only be done if you're releasing the liquid propane directly into the cloud. So you need to be on a mountaintop, and that mountaintop has to be in cloud. If the cloud is 100 feet over your head, you can release all of the liquid propane you want, and it's not going to have any impact other than you're going to have a little bit of propane in the air. Okay. So it can be effective in very limited circumstances, in very limited conditions, much more limited conditions than what seeding with silver iodide, where you can hopefully, right, get that material to go up into the cloud as smoke particles, or release it directly into clouds with aircraft and flares, etc. Did that answer your question on liquid propane or seeding with propane?
Yeah, it did. And well, sort of.
Okay.
So they were just telling me that it's based on humidity, that they don't have to be up there. There's a humidity level, and this ground-based unit turns on, and
Well, the humidity, oh, I'm sorry.
so I don't know the ins and outs of this, but I know that some of the conservation districts use this method, and they like it, and they say it works. Of course, they don't have any data to give me as far as how much extra moisture it produced. So just like your data doesn't, but I'm just trying to, I fully support the DEQ doing this study, because I think that we really do need to collect soil samples in these rivers and streams and figure out if something is going on there. I mean, they're in charge of, our soil and our air and our water. And so, I don't know. I'm just kind of trying to give you an idea of why we're trying to go to a baseline, because there has been no clear evidence that we aren't throwing money at this just to make ourselves feel good, if that makes sense. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Pearson, as I stated before, I agree with you. I think, right, I think we all do want to get to the point that we have a better understanding and more concrete scientific evidence. I would just advocate the way to get that evidence, to reduce the error bars or the uncertainties, if you will, because I'm a scientist. I'm never going to say 100% this is the way it is. There's always uncertainty in everything that we do. If I were to measure the size of this piece of paper, I would say it's uncertain to this amount. But the way to do that is by having detailed focused studies, carefully developed. I would advocate by scientists who understand the physics of what's happening well and can develop studies to assess cloud seeding effectiveness, to assess the environmental conditions under which cloud seeding will be most effective or less effective, and that will get us to the position of where we want to get with this. In terms of the environmental impacts, I agree from the standpoint of, yes, I think all of us in Wyoming are concerned with the environment, right? We live here for a reason, and that's because we love the mountains and we love the outdoors. Personally, I'm not concerned about the environmental impact that cloud seeding has, simply based on the evidence that I've seen and the bit of chemistry that I understand about silver and about silver iodide tied up in its molecular bonds between silver and iodide. But if there were a push to be collecting samples in the soil and analyzing those samples in the soil and in streams, that would be something I would be supportive of. But I don't know, again, if you do it at a time when there's no cloud seeding, is it going to provide you any useful information? I'm not convinced about that, because if it's below toxicity levels, by an order of magnitude, 3 orders of magnitude, it doesn't matter. It's not going to be impacting the environment. So, yeah, get those measurements and have that analysis completed.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Senator Hyde.
Yeah, thank you. Sorry to interrupt this topic here, but we need to make a decision amongst the committee right now. It's been brought, we're supposed to have a tour this afternoon. This is totally off subject, but we're running out of time. We've got a lot of business to take care of. And I need to poll the committee. We don't want to stand up the people that have organized this for us, but we won't get through any of our business here if we go on this tour today. And so the poll is, will anybody stick around tomorrow to go to the tour? If I think it's probably going to be late, I don't know. But just a show of hands, if we moved the tour till tomorrow, would anybody attend? Show of hands.
I guess my question would be, what time will we get out tomorrow to make this?
I would assume we're going to be here most of the day with the process that we're going through right now. But so would the committee just as soon finish our business today and cancel the tour? Would that, a show of hands, ayes or noes? Everybody's pretty much, okay, thank you. Eva, does that sort of take care of what we need to do here and tell the group that we're sorry we can't make it, and let us know we could force it if we need to this afternoon, but it's probably, we need to take care of our business here. Thank you. Okay, carry on. Sorry about that.
No, Go ahead.
I,
Oh, Senator Craigo?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a little bit of housekeeping follow-up on that. We at some point probably should take a break, either for lunch or bathroom or whatever. We have a lot of people sitting in this room and we haven't stopped since 8:30 this morning. And so, I guess I understand we have folks up here testifying now, but I would suggest at some point we stop for lunch and give everybody a break, including myself, selfishly.
Yes, would you go ahead and finish up?
I think that I've hit all of the points that I aimed at hitting while I was up here. So if
Okay.
there are no other
Thank you.
questions for me.
Is anybody else in this? Go ahead, would you please?
Senator Love has a question.
Oh, excuse me, Senator Love.
Through you, Chairman, thank you. I appreciate all your testimony here today. Just a couple of things as I listened to all the conversation today. It seems like toxic effects is maybe one of the biggest concerns, along with some financial benefit we hope to gain out of knowing what our measurable net benefit is from cloud seeding. Rather than a moratorium on cloud seeding, I wonder if there's not an opportunity, if you tie science's hands in one fell swoop, and then you ask them to report all this data in the other, and they can't do anything to prove or disprove in the other hand, it makes it really hard. And so science is looking to find the needle in the haystack, and that's the information you're asking them for. And so over a period of time, we can do water studies, ground studies, figure out what the effects of or increase in parts per million of the silver iodide is, what that actually transmits into toxicology wise as far as silver ion, which is what I believe is the negatively impacting our environment, because the two are very different. The next thing then would be to leave the option for cloud seeding available to science so that they can take a record of, so I wrote some things down. If I was trying to come up with this, what a study might look like. And if I look at temperature, elevation, relative humidity, and barometric pressure on any given day, and I measure a cloud that we know we're going to get rainfall out of that day, and we don't do anything to that cloud but measure what transpires, and then the next time we have those exact same conditions, we then release silver iodide into that cloud, we can then see if there's a measurable difference if you use all of the same indicators as you go through the process. And so it's going to take years and years to get that same cloud and condition to replicate itself. But if you're looking for a way to do it in 10 years, you might be able to achieve that. Otherwise, you're looking at hundreds of years to get the data we need. Am I misunderstanding that information?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Love, I think in essence, you're right. Right. In terms of observations, you want the way I would approach this as a scientist is I would look for clouds that are remarkably similar to each other, right? Forming over a certain mountain range and certain temperature regimes, et cetera, and then be able to seed some of those clouds some of the times and not at others, and see how they evolve differently, while making, not only measuring the amount of precip that falls out of them, but also making measurements in the clouds themselves to sort of connect the physical dots, if you will, of this is what happens once we put silver iodide into the cloud, and this is how it evolved in terms of the characteristics, and yes, of course, eventually what falls to the ground. So you're looking for places where the conditions occur a lot in the same fashion, right? The clouds have the same characteristics, as well as maybe clouds that are remarkably stable in time, They stay the same so that you can turn seating on and then turn it off and then turn it back on again and measure changes in time. And that would be the approach from an observational standpoint. Now, we do have better tools now, and I know, and I'm an observationalist, but we have numerical models in which we can do some of that as well, right? Now, you need to be really careful when you use numerical models, right? Because junk in is junk out, and you need to make sure that they represent reality very good. But those are other tools that we can use. But in order to make sure that they're representing reality good, you need to make sure that they're representing the natural conditions of the cloud well, and you also need to make sure that they're representing the seeded conditions of the clouds well. So it's important to be able to still do that seeding and make those measurements so that the predictions that the models are providing you will indicate or can be validated against real observations and real measurements within the clouds. So,
Senator, does that cover your concerns?
Chairman, yes, through you. Thank you very much. That helps a bunch.
Okay. Now, would you go ahead with your testimony?
Good morning, good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. I'm Brandon Gephardt. I'm the state engineer. I know you guys are short on time, so I'll be very quick. My comments relate mostly to language in the statutes that I'd just like to point out. Going through just a list that I've prepared before I've heard all this conversation, so some of that may change, but I'll just go through my list. So on page 1, line 1 of the bill, the act relating to aeronautics, I would just point out that the SEO has approved weather modifications for ground-based as well. So there may be, this may be a little ambiguous if you just leave in aeronautics. I do think there's an amendment that I've seen that might address that. My second comment is on page 3, lines 2 through 4. A couple of comments on this sentence. Wyoming's water is crucial public resource, vital to agricultural municipalities, tribal nations, and downstream states under interstate compacts. My first comment is, does this language intend to include tribal nations that do not have a reservation within the boundaries of the Wyoming? My second comment on that, I am concerned that this would produce a finding that Wyoming's water is vital to downstream states under interstate compacts. Downstream states don't have a right to Wyoming's water or Wyoming's apportionment under these various compacts and decrees. So I might suggest amending the downstream states under interstate compacts to something such as satisfying Wyoming's rights and obligations under interstate water compacts and decrees. So that sentence would then be, Wyoming's water is a crucial public resource vital to agriculture, municipalities, tribal nations. I would ask my first question on that, but then, and satisfying Wyoming's rights and obligations under interstate water compacts and decrees. Moving on, Mr. Chairman, page 3, lines 6 through 9. This ties on to a lot of the conversation that just occurred, but without baseline measurements. My only comment is, with the improvements of science and the way that they can statistically or any other way perform these comparisons, I'm just concerned that the language may be unnecessarily limiting the tools that could be actually used to estimate the benefits of cloud seeding. Moving on, Mr. Chairman, page 6, lines 11 through 13, specifically the words "without authorization." that language suggests that some authority remains for authorizing weather modification during the moratorium. Is that the intent? Page 6, lines 11 through 15 again. This language specifically, the penalties, that this appears to conflict with the language in Wyoming Statute 91907D, which states that any person engaging in a weather modification experiment without a permit is guilty of a misdemeanor, and upon conviction is subject to a fine not to exceed $5,000 or by imprisonment of not more than 90 days. So I'm just pointing that out, that conflicts with existing statute.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. Quick question. Do you have all of those amendments in writing that we could, it's hard to track them in real fast here while you're doing that. Is that something you could, do you have a handout for that? Mr.
Chairman.
Gebhardt, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Senator, I do not have, I have just my written notes is all, but I can certainly provide that if.
That would be really good if you could do that, please.
Certainly. And then the last thing I would mention, and I don't know, I think it pertains to this, but I'm certain that it pertains to the next bill you'll be discussing, was a concern brought to our office that either this moratorium or the next bill that strikes the language for cloud seeding, the question was, does that mean snowmaking as well? And I think they're concerned reading these two bills that the existing permits for snowmaking would be eliminated. The ability to do that would be eliminated by these statutes. And I didn't know if that was the intent as well.
Okay. Any questions from the committee? Representative Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This goes all the way back to the beginning. Jason, what was the original scope of cloud seeding decades ago? And what baseline data did we have back then?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Davis, I'm going to have to call Barry up to answer that
Archives.
question for me, if you don't mind.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Davis, to answer your question, the original feasibility study goes all the way back to 2004. It was a 1-year, $100,000 study, which laid out a blueprint for a much larger program, the WWMPP, Wyoming Weather Modification Pilot Program. That was a 9-year, $14 million project with successive iterations going back to the legislature asking for more money. And as
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
excuse me, I want to hear all your testimony. Could you talk just a little slower? Thank you.
Mr. Chairman and Representative Ottman, happy to do that. So anyway, 14-year study. As part of that, there were baseline measurements made. We had as I think I testified in August, it was an operations contractor and an evaluator contractor, and that was the National Center for Atmospheric Research. So we had an independent evaluation done. And I think as I mentioned in August, also our director, Mike Purcell at the time, called it the checkers, the seeders and the checkers. And they were separate contracts and one wasn't paid by the other and so forth, because we wanted that independent evaluation. That having been said, the National Center for Atmospheric Research did the independent evaluation. It was a randomized statistical evaluation looking at the Medbos and Sierra Madres, but we also did some trials in the Wind River Range at the time. And also there was another contract for the Desert Research Institute that they came out and did snow chemistry sampling prior to the seeding in all the mountain ranges, as well as during seeding events, and then post-seeding events on runoff and so forth. And so we have information on sediment and so forth that was sampled at that time. So over those years, during the research phase, we did that. When we transitioned to operations, I think most of you know, in 2014, the research came to an end and we were transitioning into operations. And at that time, we were dismantling generators. We had 24 ground-based generators, and The ones in the Wind River Range, we heard loud and clear from the folks in the lower basin of the Colorado River Basin, our funding partners. They had helped us out over the years. They wanted those to remain in place as a strategy for flow augmentation in the Colorado River Basin. And so those generators did remain in place, and we've been in a cost share arrangement with them since. But once we transitioned into operations, the environmental sampling discontinued. That was a decision by the director at the time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there any other questions?
So then, Mr. Chairman, we do have a baseline from the study, and the original scope of the study was to determine if there was economical or that we were getting the product, you know, if we're having all this down basin participation from outside states. That's my question.
Right, Mr. Chairman, Representative Davis. It changed, let me tell you, because it was a randomized statistical design. It was different than what we did only a few years ago in the Medicine Bow. And what I mean by that is, so that was a randomized statistical experiment to see, does it work? You had a seeded mountain range, an unseeded mountain range, and so forth. And, you know, and it's, because it's science, you know, we didn't have enough cases to, you know, we were trying for that 95% confidence interval, trying to get that level of significance. And we came up with results, 5 to 15% increase, and 1 to 3% in the stream flow. But that having been said, you know, at that time, and you need to understand 10, 15 years ago, where the science was then compared to where it is now, and the advances in modeling and everything that's gone on in the Snowy project that was mentioned earlier. So that, well, about 3-4 years ago, the Select Water Committee asked us, they specifically said, you know, okay, well, things have changed. Obviously, the advances in the science and so forth. We see that Snowy built on the Wyoming program and so forth. And the Snowy, and matter of fact, it was in the cloud seeding world, it was seen as the holy grail because it was actually looking and found microphysical changes in cloud properties that had never been done in radar reflectivities. And so it was amazing what happened there. But building on that then, the legislature at the time anyway, and the folks on the Select Water Committee said, okay, so now the question and the debate has changed from, well, we know it works. I mean, it's in the peer-reviewed scientific journal articles and so forth, but then, well, how much bang for the buck are we getting? And that's kind of where you're at. And to that end, there was a study that was led, again, funded by through Select Water and the Commission and the legislature, $300,000 study. That is online, all the results and so forth, where we looked at data, actual seeding data from the aircraft. We had all the gauges, everything that the aircraft was operating on. We had 4 years of data. They picked 1 year to intensively model because budget was limited, and we were doing with the National Center for Atmospheric Research. And in that time, they calibrated the model. They went back many years, calibrated the model, and then came up with the seeded year and bang for the buck. And I can tell you, basically what they came up with, and it was the 1920 year that they ended up modeling. And one of the reasons they picked that year is because they had the most data on the plane and so forth. One of the years that they looked at, it was the Mullen fire. Some of you know over the Medbows and so forth, there was a Mullen fire. So we altered our tracks with the aircraft then. This is all aircraft seeding, by the way. They used the WRF weather mod and WRF hydro models. They used flight level cloud measurements. They looked at the ground-based weather data that was collected during the operations. And as I said, they calibrated the models and so forth, and then they simulated the seeding event. And largest impact that they came up with, and this is the state of the science only about 5 years ago, Upper North Platte, they came up with an additional impact of 2,828 acre feet. The Upper Laramie River, they came up with 2,356 acre feet additional. And then there were lesser impacts in the Medbow than North Platte headwaters and the Little Snake, anywhere from 348 to 892 acre foot. So looking at stream flow increases, the range was total increases in the area from seeding for that 1 year. We were looking at 1 year impact was between stream flow effects between 4,577 to 10,127 acre feet, with the mean being 6,945. And then the other thing, we took it one step further Mr. Chairman, we wanted to look at, well, okay, so this is what we think we're producing based on the best science available at the time. And then we looked at the cost of the program for that 1 year and ran the numbers. And what it came out to was we were producing water at a cost of between $56.15 per acre foot up to $124.22 per acre foot, with the mean being about $81.87 dollars per acre foot. So that's what they feel was produced, and that was done by the National Center for Atmospheric Research, a very regimented study and robust study, and it was in direct relation because the Select Water Committee was asking, you know, what are bang for the buck? Does it make sense for the state of Wyoming to continue to invest in this technology? And that was the question. And what we would like to have done would be model more years. We just didn't have the budget for that, but this was the first attempt to get at the answers that were being asked. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Any other comments? Okay, thank you for testifying at this session.
Mr.
Appreciate it.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Provenza does have her hand up
Oh,
for a
okay.
question, as well as Representative Schmid.
Sorry, Representative, go ahead.
That's okay. Hopefully I can remember my question. So I did want to go back to maybe just the impact. I think we argued a lot about whether cloud seeding is effective or not, and we asked Dr. French a lot of questions. Going back before that testimony, we heard that the studies that we're asking DEQ and others to perform in this bill right now is an unfunded mandate. And so I just want to know, do we have any idea what the funding should be if we're going to require this quote unquote baseline study so that we ensure that it gets done?
Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, I don't think we have a very good understanding of that unless we worked again, if you guys like the idea of working with UW for them to get together with professors. When we were talking as 3 agencies, we kind of threw out the number $500,000 with the thought of, you know, if we asked a contractor or an independent expert to come up with how would you develop this plan or this study for them to come up with that plan, we would think that would be more than enough to complete that scope of work. And then in the future year, understand, okay, then what's it going to cost to complete the work, come back to the legislature for that additional funding, and whatever's left over in the 500,000 would roll over into the work product.
Okay. Yeah, Senator Ide.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, to piggyback off of Representative Provenza's question, been thinking about this with all of the conversation here. I mean, it sounds like we spent $100,000 on a study back in 2004. I mean, to me, we just keep throwing good money after bad, so to speak, without really any measurable results. And I just hate, you know, performing these studies year in and year out. I mean, I'm against personally any appropriation for this. I know the Revenue Committee, we had a bill where, you know, we fought against the appropriation and we got the Department of Revenue to, you know, perform their own study, kind of like you mentioned, Mr. Mead, maybe within the department. But I think we, you know, the premise of this bill is we don't really have any measurable results of cloud seeding, so we should quit spending money on it. And then we're asking for a report. It's a little bit contradictory unless we can do that report essentially with all of the data that's already available. I mean, I think we can get a lot of pro bono reports. We've had people online, you know, just gather the information of the work that's already been done instead of recreating the wheel. So anyway, I'll shut up from there. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Mead, do you have any response to that?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Ide, the only response I would have is to effectively answer the questions you guys are answering. I'd hate to spend a bunch of money on statistical analysis, like Jeff French said, and not come up with the answer you're looking for. So we could waste money that way also by not having a scientifically sound approach to this study as well. So I would also say, even though I think our employees are great and have a wealth of knowledge, I don't think we could handle this within the Water Development Office with our existing staff.
Thank you. Anybody else have any comments? Yes, tell me.
Thank you, Chairman. I just, through all this chatting we're having here and discussion, I had a couple of questions. One, we had talked about the different mountain ranges that you've seeded in, and then you haven't seeded in some. And I thought, well, there's a study in itself. So the ones that you haven't seeded in, why have you not? Is it because they get enough moisture and we haven't worried about it? Or, just curious on how that all worked. And number two, we have had amazing moisture in our area this year. Was there any cloud seeding going on? Do you, for rain, or is just back to God has provided us some moisture to get us through the winter? So I was just curious on, was there any cloud seeding going on that for us to finally get some moisture that we haven't received pretty much all year?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Strzok, I can answer the last question, but I'd ask Barry to come up to talk about why we've cloud seeded some mountain ranges and not others. So come on up, Barry. In regards to your area, that was the good Lord providing that precipitation, because knowing the conditions up there with Laprelle Dam, there was no cloud seeding that took place in that basin to prevent from exacerbating any type of flooding that could have been caused. So.
Mr. Chairman and Representative Strzok, to answer your question about the basins, the mountain ranges that were chosen to be seeded, way back when, 20-some years ago, it was the Wyoming Association of Conservation Districts that approached the state, asking them to look at that technology, and they were very concerned about Southwest Wyoming, obviously. And so the Wind River Range was certainly one of the first ranges that was studied, but also because of, at the same time, the interest in the Platte River Basin. And of course, issues there and the lawsuit and everything going on that's legendary, the Platte River Basin was also studied. So we looked at the Medbos, Sierra Madres, the Wind River Range. That was the 9-year study. That having been said, the folks in Star Valley wanted us to look at the Salton, Wyoming Range. We did a feasibility study there. We also did a feasibility study, I think you're aware, we did a feasibility study in the Laramie Range and a feasibility study in the Bighorn Range. And a lot of that was sponsor driven. Those are independent studies that we did and different entities. We had Desert Research Institute do one. We had the National Center for Atmospheric Research do one. WMI did one. We had different folks doing different studies over the years. So a lot of feasibility studies and so forth. The ones that made the most sense and continue to be the Medbos, Sierra Madres, and Wind River Range. And part of it was sponsor driven approach. We concentrated in those areas because of those stress basins.
Yeah, follow up.
I think, so have you seen a difference as in how much moisture is dropped where you've seeded to ones that you haven't? Like, is there a huge difference then as in?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Strzok, I will tell you, I certainly get phone calls. There are certainly folks, anecdotal albeit, folks out there that believe it works. We've certainly heard a lot of accounts to that. We think we're making a difference. We have a lot of support for the program, obviously, and it's an effort to make the system whole. We're trying, and the big thing that people need to know, it's not wholesale changes. It's incremental. It's a little bit of tick up, a little bit of tick up. All these incremental events over the whole season. That's what makes a difference.
Would you like to chime in here? Representative Schmidt, are you available? Must not be. Thank you, John, for being here.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Sorry, I was on mute.
Okay.
I do have a couple of quick questions. Well, one of them's quick. The other one might be a little, the answer might be a little lengthier, but I do have one question. I'll do the quick one first for Barry with the Wyoming Water Development Office. You were addressing Representative Davis's question about a possible baseline, and you talked about the studies from the models that you performed. A model, can you define a model? I mean, in my opinion, a model is just our best educated guess on what we think is taking place or what's happening. Would that be correct?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Schmidt, I will turn to I'm going to phone a friend because we have somebody that's an expert on models.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Schmidt, Jeff French. So to some degree, yeah, it is, right, it's a representation of reality. I would go maybe a little bit further than saying it's simply our best guess. We represent physical processes in the models through known relationships, known physical relationships that can be expressed mathematically. So an example is how the Earth revolves around the sun is a model. It's a mathematical model, and it does a pretty dang good job of being able to predict where the sun is. Of course, the models are limited by our ability to represent physical processes, and the more physical processes that are occurring and the more complex there are, the more complexity there is in a model, which is why we put a lot of effort, and I talked about it earlier in one of my answers, into utilizing observations together in tandem with the model as a way to validate the model's ability to represent reality. Without those observations, right, we don't know if the model is going off to Never Never Land. But when we have observations, we can constrain the model, if you will, and we can evaluate how well the model is doing at capturing key physical processes and the overall evolution of a cloud system or precipitation development, et cetera. Does that answer your question?
It does, and I guess it goes back to the baseline question: is those models are done on snowfall prior to the model dates, if I remember correctly, if I'm saying this right. So we still don't really have a baseline put together if for the model years, I guess, so to speak.
I'm sorry, I don't understand the question.
Okay, let me try again.
Okay.
The models that you're talking about were done, Representative Davis mentioned a baseline the prior years before we started cloud seeding and before you done your models. Once you done the models, I'm assuming that the models are done and you're making the comparison on the baseline before the models were activated or implemented. So is that a true model, or is that just a model based on what Mother Nature was doing before? And we really don't know what she would have done once the model started and the cloud seeding started.
So I'll try to answer
Mr. French,
question.
Would you,
yeah, sorry.
Would you make it as short as you could?
Okay.
Thank you.
Yes. So the way at least we use models in our research group is it's usually post hoc, which means it's after the fact, and we will use the models to run a simulation and either include cloud seeding or not. And usually we do both. And we have one true reality where we go out and we make measurements in clouds, whether the cloud was seeded or the cloud was not seeded. And we compare those observations with the version of the model that either has the seeding or the not seeding to validate how well the model is capturing the reality in that case. And then we compare the model that was seeded with the model that was not seeded. And the premise is if the model captured the seeding correctly, then it probably captured the natural state of the cloud correctly as well. Now, right, that's an assumption that we're forced to make, but we utilize the model and we compare this across a number of different cases. So that's the way we use models as to evaluate cases where there is cloud seeding.
Thank you.
Thank you. Follow up, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, if you make it short, Representative.
Well, I was looking for a clarification from Dr. French, since he's the only weather scientist there. He was talking earlier about it was going to be extremely difficult to have any kind of to determine a baseline over the 10-year period to make a real, to get real answers of what we're trying to do with this bill. But then Senator Taft addressed a question, and it seemed like you had an answer to some type of answer on how we could perform some type of a baseline test. So I felt like it was a little bit contradictory there. Could you clarify that for me, please?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, Representative Schmidt. The only way I could see us actually being able to measure the effectiveness of cloud seeding is by doing a focused study that includes cloud seeding. I think making measurements over an area in which no cloud seeding is happening and there's a lot of natural variability in the precipitation is not going to get us any closer to understanding how cloud seeding can be effective. Because there is so much natural variability, that means you're relying on a straight statistical study. And what's been demonstrated are straight statistical studies are ineffective at this because of the amount of variability, or you need so much data to beat down that variability that it just takes too dang long. And so you really need to tie a physical study in with the statistics together. And then that helps beat down that variability.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Senator Craigle.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Typically this would be your prerogative, you and the co-chairman, but I guess I'm going to suggest, or actually I'm going to make a motion that we recess, take a lunch break, come back. We have additional public comment on this bill. We haven't even finished public comment. We have to work the bill. And then we have to vote on the bill. So I'm going to make a motion that we take a break and come back in an hour and a half and continue our work, Mr. Chairman.
Second.
Second. Yeah.
Let's try to be back here by 2 o'clock.
And I will be joining you, Mr. Chairman. So I'm going to drive over the hill now. Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen.